Round 5 of the London Chess Classic, the last stop on the Grand Chess Tour. With the rest day on tap, the players came in determined to give it their all to move up the leaderboard. 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand played a spectacular novelty against tournament leader Wesley So and brought about a solid draw without much effort. The surging Hikaru Nakamura threw the kitchen sink at former champion Vladimir Kramnik, but the world number 3 shut the door with incredibly precise defense and left both players still only tied for second place. That left England's Michael Adams, who defeated the hapless Vasily Topalov in dominating fashion, much to the delight of the British crowd. The players have had a day to relax, and it's time for a second half of fighting chess. Round 6 of the season-ending classic starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to round 6 of the London Chess Classic. We're in front of Buckingham Palace, the home of the monarchs, a place for state occasions and royal celebrations, one of much sentimental value to the British people. Well, the action is definitely starting to heat up in this round, and to call all of today's moves is Tania, Yasser, and Alejandro. Let's get started with the show.
Hello, namaste, bonjour, privet. No matter where you are, it's all eyes on London. And we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. I'm Tania Sachdev with Grandmaster Yasser.
Delighted to be here with you, Tania. Looking forward to a tremendous second half of this London Chess Classic.
As am I, yes. And like you said, we're entering the final stage of the London Chess Classic, a very important stage, and the players have just had a rest day. How is that going to affect the play?
A much-needed rest day, time to reflect what has gone right, what has gone wrong, gain that energy, that needed energy for these final 4 rounds.
Absolutely, and what a roller coaster first half we had, full of brilliancies, missed opportunities. Well, let's take a look at the current standings. It's Wesley So leading with his pragmatic and consistent play at 3.5. Hot in pursuit, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Vladimir Kramnik at 3. Not far behind, Vishy Anand and Anish Giri at 2.5. MVL and Mickey Adam having a shaky tournament at 2. And well, Veselin Topalov is still down in the cellar with only half a point. Let's take a look at the format for the Classic. It's a 10-player round-robin event, 40 moves in 2 hours. The remainder of the game is played in 60 minutes, and the 30-second increment only begins from move 41.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at the field of players. We've got world number 2, world number 3, and world number 4 and 5 here at the event. 3 former world champions. We've got Fabiano Caruana, Vladimir Kramnik, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, who's actually moved down to the 5th spot in the live rating, and Wesley So has taken his position with his incredible play here at the London Chess Classic. Veselin Topalov has moved way below his world ranking. Well, he's had a very disappointing rating, and if he doesn't do some damage control, he's going to be out of the world top 20. And let's go to Alejandro Ramirez with the key matchups for today.
Well, today's key story will definitely be between the tail ender of the tournament and the leader. And we've seen it time and time again at super tournaments in which a player who has not been traditionally doing very well through the rounds takes out somebody that supposedly has been playing brilliantly. We're talking about the matchup between Veselin Topalov from Bulgaria. He's had a rough event, half a point out of 5 possible. He really needs to come back, and perhaps he can do it here. He is white against the leader, Wesley So, showing phenomenal chess. But as Wesley himself said it, Veselin is a very dangerous opponent who plays for a win no matter what. Can he break his spell here in the London Chess Classic and score his first point? Another key matchup will be between people tied in 2nd place, and it's Fabiano Caruana, current US champion, play against his rival and team companion at the Baku Chess Olympiad, Hikaru Nakamura. These guys have been facing off plenty in the several past years, but Fabiano has scored key victories against him in this year alone, winning in the US Championship and in the Candidates Tournament. Can Hikaru pull off a win with the black pieces, as he really needs to win the Grand Chess Tour London Classic in order to take the entire Grand Chess Tour 2016. And of course, we have Maurice Ashley with us live from London.
Sorry about that. We just had a little technical audio problems. We'll be coming back to Maurice shortly.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of exciting matchups today, as the big American face-off, which has got a lot of bearing in the standings for the London Chess Classic. Fabiano versus Hikaru Nakamura, and let's not forget Wesley versus Westlin.
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, starting with Fabi, well, he had been behind 5-1 in their personal rivalry. He's gotten the 2 victories of today, of this year, pardon me, and he's now up to 3-5 with 21 draws. A pretty remarkable rivalry, and because they're tied for second, it's a crucial game.
Well, and talking about the Westlin versus So game,
Yeah.
Here's a fun fact. When the two met at the Sinkfield Cup, in fact, it was Wesley who took down Westlin in round 6, and that sort of set him on the path to the tournament victory.
The Grand Chess Tour. And
the Grand Chess Tour
Exactly.
victory is probably in the bag. Well, let's take a look at the schedule of the London Chess Classic. Today we are into round 6. We begin at 10 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow as well we'll see you at 10 a.m. Central Time. And don't forget, on weekends the game begins at 8 a.m. Let's also take a look at what the players are fighting for. London Chess Classic, a total prize fund of $300,000. First prize, $75,000, second, $50,000. The players are fighting not just for the individual event prize fund, but also the big bonus pool, the big Grand Chess Tour prize of $100,000 for the first place and $50,000 for the second. And don't forget, the third spot is equally important in the Grand Chess Tour, because that ensures the players' entry into the 2017 GCT. And well, we've got Maurice from London.
Well, the players have had a rest day, a chance to reflect on how they've done. Those who have done well definitely want to continue their great performance. Those who have done poorly want to think about exactly what do I need to do to change this trend. And absolutely, one player who's happy with the way he's done so far is Wesley So. He's on top of the tournament, on top of the tour. He does not want to go down today against a tail-ender, Vasyl Topolov, who's at the exact opposite end of the spectrum, needing to win to save some face and save some rating points. One player I do want to remark on, though, is one Vladimir Kramnik. I was walking outside the Olympia Center, and in front of the cafe, with a brisk London weather, by the way, was Vladimir Kramnik sitting down as though it was balmy weather outside. He looked completely relaxed. He's got Michael Adams today. He's got the white pieces after having to defend some very difficult positions. I'd say that Big Vlad is somebody to watch out for today. A win for him would vault him into a tie for first place, but everybody's thinking about it now. The rest day should bring a lot of energy to the players. It's brought some energy to the commentators for sure, and we'll be bringing you all the action here from London as the games are about to begin.
Thank you, Maurice, and I gotta love the bow tie. The British influence is already creeping in on our poor boy from Brooklyn.
Well, yes, absolutely, yes. The rest day has worked well for the commentators as well.
Yes, much needed, and again, this ability to recharge yourself, revamp your strategy. The players are going to bring their very best games to these final 4 rounds because they're so important. Let's take a look at the complete matchups of today.
We've got MVL, who's had a shaky start up against Levon Aronian, who's indeed played impressive chess here at the Classic. The big American face-off, Fabiano Caruana, is white against Hikaru Nakamura. World number 3, Vladimir Kramnik against England's number 1, Mickey Adams. It's Westlin Topolov versus Wesley So, and all eyes on this game. Vishy Anand will be up against the super solid Anish Giri.
Both of those 2 players are tied 50%, looking to make a move. One of them needs a win to get into that fight for the Grand Chess Tour bonus money.
Indeed, yes, and these are the 2 players who did impress us with their opening novelty in round 5.
Absolutely.
Amazing opening preparation by Vishy Anand throughout the tournament. And we see that is the Kensington Olympia. We're going to see the players walk up very soon to take their places, as Malcolm Payne will be introducing them.
I love the quote from Vishy at the end of his game with Wesley, where he played this novelty bishop takes a3, and he explained that his second had suggested it to him, and Vichy had to do a double take to make sure the move was legal, because it's so a shocking move. It's such a surprising move, and it worked out brilliantly for him.
Yes, indeed, it was a beautiful novelty that did throw off Wesley So, and I think that is the part about novelty that really works. The psychological damage that it does to your opponent throws them on this cautious area of play, because they sort of don't want to take chances, and Wesley just decided to kind of move back, step back, and neutralize the position.
And which he did, and it was a very safe draw. But those novelties are so crucial. At these top level, these guys have seen it all, been there, done it. They've been under so much pressure their entire careers. And when you can pull off an opening novelty of that size, you really feel good about your game when it works out like that.
Yes, well, this tournament has got the A-list of the chess world. Let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings. Wesley So leads with 30 points, the GCT leader, and then there's Levon Aronin and Hikaru Nakamura behind him. Do not forget that Hikaru Nakamura is actually the only player who can catch up with Wesley, because 3 out of 4, your best 3 scores of the Grand Chess Tour events are taken into account, and it's only Hikaru Nakamura who needs to score a clear victory at the London Chess Classic to overtake Wesley So. But it's not just the first spot that is big for the players. It's also the second place, $50,000 at stake, and the third spot, which will ensure their entry into the 2017 circuit.
So by just looking at that chart, you'll see that Wesley, Levon, and Hikaru at this exact moment are 1, 2, 3, and those 3 players at this exact moment are securing their position into the next year's Grand Chess Tour.
But I have to say, with 4 rounds to go and seeing the points of the players, really anything can happen, everything to fight for.
Oh, without question. Let's go to Alejandro for some thoughts as we get started for this round 6.
With the 2016 Grand Chess Tour coming to an end here in London, of course, a lot of players are wondering what's going on in the 2017 edition. Everybody wants to get invited. It's a big money tournament, and it's one of the most prestigious series of events in the entire world. And of course, we've been talking about the fact that the top 3 finishers here in the 2016 Grand Chess Tour will be qualifying directly for the 2017 a tour that's added another event, a rapid event here in St. Louis, and I think an exciting one as it brings more people into the fray, as the rapid and blitz tournaments will have 4 wildcards each. I think that is just a marvelous addition to the entire thing. The fact that these players, and they said, we enjoy playing against each other, but we also wanted to see new blood in the mix. And I think they'll be excited to know that they're going to be facing against many opponents that perhaps they just don't face as often as they do.
That's Westlin going in for a quick nap. Surprising, he just had a rest day.
Yes, and again, enterprising chess. He lives by the sword, he dies by the sword. He's only at a half after 5 games, but it's remarkable. Given some of the positions he had, he could be at a plus score. I love the way this man brings his game, and let's go to Malcolm Payne as he introduces the players for round 6. Seems to be a little audio problem there. Veselin Topalov. I think to myself, if I could invite 10 Veselin Topalovs to a single event, what kind of a tournament would that bring?
What an amazing event that would be. Excitement.
And there, of course, is our tournament leader, Wesley So, facing off with the black pieces. It'll be quite a contest. It's scary when you play a player who's trailing at the bottom of the cellar, and he knows that he could acquit himself by beating the tournament leader. It feels a lot better. So a big challenge there. And of course, U.S. champion, world's #2 player, Fabiano Caruana, is facing this man, Hikaru Nakamura. Both of these players in second places, great rivalry.
And what an epic struggle we saw between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik in round 5.
What an epic struggle indeed. It was quite a challenge for ourselves, but I'll tell you what, that game was gripping, and there he is, the man we're talking about, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, also in second place, sitting down today against the UK's #1, Michael Adams. He'll have the white people.
They faced each other was 24 years ago.
24 years ago.
1992. Some of the players in this tournament were not even born by the time that Michael Adams and Vladimir Kramnik faced off for the first time.
Well, Kramnik does have a big score advantage against Mickey Adams. He's leading by 9-4. He's playing the white pieces, yes. Mickey Adams still on shaky ground. Vladimir is going to go for blood today.
No question, but Mickey was totally re-energized by his victory in round 5 against Veselin Topalov, a much-needed respite after losing 2 of the first 4 games. Again, of course, a big challenge for Mickey as he faces Vladimir Kramnik.
Yes, and well, the absolute world-class defense skills that Vladimir put up against Hikaru, who can forget that?
He had
that
to
is
use
one for the books.
Every resource in the position. It was fantastic. And the game ended in a stalemate. Beautiful play there by Vladdy to hold it. By the way, just going back to Veselin for a moment, he's now on the live rating list, tumbled below the 20th place in the world. Since 2003, Veselin has always been number 15 or higher.
Wow,
so this is an extraordinary tumble from the heavens.
And he's also the player who's been on the #1 spot for the maximum number of years, longer than even Wishy and Kramnik took it. It is quite amazing, his achievements, but, well, he's having a very, very tough time. And there we see our other former world champion, Wishy Anand, who's been having a pretty good tournament, and he's white against Anish Giri. This is going to be a super solid game, I predict, yes.
Okay.
Two very classical players.
Exactly, but both of these players are currently at 50%.
And they really need to do something.
Right. For Vishy, he had a win, but that tough loss defeat he experienced to Hikaru Nakamura knocked some of the wind out of his sails, and he'll have white today against, as you say, the extremely solid Dutch #1 Anish Giri.
And Anish, who's drawn all his games up to now, a very interesting part about that is that often that leads to this psychological dilemma where you know you've drawn all your games, even if they've been good games, you kind of want to change that. And that hampers your judgment a bit because it's frustrating. So you become your own worst enemy in trying to judge positions. And there we see the classical, traditional London Chess Classic kickoff where the young talents of UK chess are invited to make the first move on the board.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Veselin had invited the young man to take his place.
He would be happy to put a stop to his tournament at this moment.
There you go. You play a good opening move, kid. You got the rest of the game to deal with as well. Very, very, very nice. I'm really looking forward to a fantastic round 6 as after all of the introductions, the players are sitting down, ready for the arbiters to tell them it's time to begin. Wonderful.
Well, I think this is the round that is going to go a long way in deciding the final standings because there are so many players today who actually have a shot at getting that blood that they need, whether it's Kramnik against Mickey. The Caruana Nakamura match promises to be full of fireworks. MVL against Aronian. Aronian's been having a great tournament. MVL not so much. Aronian's black, but he is also going to be going for the kill. Well, there we see these are the matchups for today. MVL versus Levon. Fabiano up against Hikaru. Vladimir is white against Mickey Adams. Veselin Topalov against Vesely, a game that promises to be full, well, of fire.
And there we have Vishy and Anish to round out the field. Levon's been quiet, but look at that, well within striking distance. One of the players who's tied for second. And I'd like to ask Alejandro to predict the opening between Fabiano and Hikaru because that game is so critical to everything here on the Grand Chess Tour.
Fabiano against Hikaru has been pretty faithful to 1e4 in the last couple of encounters, and as I was mentioning, the very big victories that he had this year against Hikaru, both in the US Championship and in the candidates, were with the move 1e4. Now, what Hikaru replies to, that's going to be more up in the air, I think, because in the US Championship, he chose a Sicilian and got crushed. In the candidates, he played a Berlin, and he also got crushed. Now, I think he's going to be okay taking a little bit of risk, considering that in his tournament standings, he needs a win in order to try to win the Grand Chess Tour. So I think that we're going to see e4 by Fabi, but I think that between e5 or c5 by Hikaru, that's a complete toss-up. I don't think he's going to be repeating the Caro-Kann or anything wild like that. I do think it's going to be either e4, e5 or e4, c5, and there we have it. It's a Sicilian.
E4, c5, and Hikaru trusting in the Najdorf, which he did at the U.S. Championship. He felt compelled to play the Najdorf at that particular time when they played in the U.S. Championship, as Fabi had the lead and Hikaru needed to put pressure on him. Unfortunately, it didn't work in that particular case, but the Najdorf is a very promising start to this thrilling battle.
I feel like every time you see a Najdorf on the board, that's a little victory dance for the spectators as well as the
For the commentators, most especially.
Well, and if we see one Najdorf on the board, how about two Najdorfs?
Because?
We have the game between Vishy Anand and Anish Giri also starting out as a Najdorf Sicilian.
Oh, I knew we were going to be in for a good round. I didn't realize it was going to be this good.
Whoa, but that's actually very surprising. Fabiano played Bishop G5, which has not been seen at the top level for some time.
Oh my, Bishop G5.
This is going straight into the long variations of the poison pawn.
The 1970s and 80s saw Bishop G5 as the terrain that was the most theoretical of any opening. And again, these particular lines are super ultra sharp and incredibly deep. You've got to be very, very well prepared when you come and play up against these guys. And who's done their homework better and who remembers the preparation better? Bishop G5. That was quite a surprise for me, Alejandro.
Actually, I had the pleasure of checking these lines after H6, Bishop H4. Let me just refresh the board here. I was analyzing this with St. Louis University's #1 player, Dariusz Svierz. He is one of the top players in Europe, a very strong grandmaster, just won Millionaire Chess Open. And we were analyzing these lines of the Najdorf, and they are incredibly complicated, as we see that Hikaru is going to go ahead and play the move Queen B6, attacking the pawn on B2, which is very awkwardly defended. You don't want to play Knight B3 because there are problems with the move Queen E3 check. Now, however, there are choices for white. You know, this move H6, the subtlety of pushing the bishop away before going Queen B6, which is the old line. The old line is to put the queen on B6 immediately, gives white a couple of extra chances. The queen can now go to D2 or D3, and some people have been essaying the move A3 in this position immediately, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop can retreat to F2 on the next move. I think there was a very theoretical game between Giri and MVL earlier this year in which Giri blasted open the position, 25 moves of theory. And MVL was thinking, and the moment that Giri was out of theory, he actually blundered, and MVL took a fantastic win. But it was clear that that line looked very dangerous for the black side.
Wow. And that poison pawn variation, what the players have played, I still recall the Bobby Fischer-Boris Spassky match of 1972, where Bobby Fischer essayed his favorite poison pawn variation, and it was a delight. So it's kind of a flashback memory return for me. Let me just take a look at the game between MVL and Levon Aronian. Again, MVL is very, very fortunate man indeed to have 2 points out of the possible out of possible 5. He's at -1, but boy, he had some really, really ugly positions that he saved. And Levon Aronian, again, in second place within striking distance. He would love to take the measure of MVL in today's game. A2, A4. Borrowing a page, perhaps, of Fabiano Caruana. Remember Fabi trying to get his pawn up to A5, and you had asked the question, Tanya, why doesn't black play A5?
But that was Yas before castle.
That's
he
correct.
did that before castling, which is actually a rare move, a rare point to go for A4. But we have a lot of games in this particular position, and this idea of A4 in the Italian has been gaining a lot of ground. We've been seeing it become very popular just simply because after white gets this pawn on a5, because black wants to go d5. That's
Yes.
the main idea. And then after the exchange ed5, knight d5, you want to
Which
go
was
knight
played.
to b6.
Yes.
And if white is able to get in his pawn at a5, this idea of removing this bishop from the strong diagonal and being able to continue your development, taking your own bishop out, you know, it kind of hampers that a bit, and it's not so easy. So the big question for black is that whether he stops a5 or not. And we see in this game, in fact, Levon has decided to go with a5.
Exactly. Now, Levon loves to play the Marshall Gambit in the Ruy Lopez, so this move d7, d5 very much fits with Levon's style of play. However, it's also one of those strange, awkward middle game positions that quite often it is not that easy for black to defend the pawn on e5 while counterattacking this pawn on d3. So, for example, we might see a move like knight b1 to d2. Now, white's idea is very straightforward. He wants to play knight e4, and he wants to play bishop g5, rather embarrassing the black queen for a square. If what you were saying, Tanya, if you go knight b6 in order to kick this bishop off this dangerous diagonal, here's the point of white's play. After bishop b5, I mentioned just a moment ago the pawn on e5 gets wobbly, and with this move bishop b5, you're threatening to capture and capture. So if you play, just continuing a little bit, bishop g4, h3, bishop goes back, knight comes to e4, attacking the bishop, bishop drops back. Now, a moment ago you played knight b6 to embarrass my bishop. I'm now playing knight g3 in order to embarrass your bishop. You're likely to give up the two bishops, and white will be very pleased with the outcome of the opening. So I'm not saying that this is the main way the game is going to go, but it's the kinds of dangers that black is facing in the position. He has to play very accurately, otherwise the pawn on e5 becomes very vulnerable.
No, in the e4, e5, Aronian loves the move d5. He plays the
Totally.
Marshall if you
Right.
play the Roy Lopez, or otherwise in the Italian, he loves to go for the early d5 lines. Now, just coming back to that position,
sorry.
Yas, when black commits the move a5 to stop white from playing a5, the drawback of that is definitely the weakening of the b5 square. But that's what chess is about. You give some, you take some.
Right.
And we saw how Caruana, after he did get a5, he was able to cramp black's position earlier in the tournament.
Against Vladimir, yes.
Against Vladimir. And what is interesting is that in such positions, often black encourages white to go bishop b5 and take the knight on c6, getting the double bishop, spoiling the pawn structure, yes, but getting the double bishop in return. And to defend the e5 pawn, he often puts his own bishop on d6.
Right.
After returning with the knight to b6. So it's the kind of position where you get some advantages, but you give some back as well.
As Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. And what you were just talking about is in a situation like this, you've mentioned that
Bishop
the bishop
d6 is an
the
option, and then you can get the other bishop out to f5.
Yes.
You know, because white's got this weakness on d3.
which he tries to protect with the move knight e4. So as you were just saying, if the bishop comes to f5, trying to pressure the pawn on d3, the knight often stands in its way, blockading on the e4 square. This is going to be a game that we're going to keep a watchful eye on. But Alejandro had mentioned that we have two Najdorf Sicilian games being played. The other one was between Vichy and Anish. Let's see how this game developed. Again, straightforward e4 and right into the Najdorf. Well, Vichy is one of the most experienced players in the world. You don't become five-time world champion with getting surprised. He's played h2, h3, which has become, extraordinarily enough for me, extremely topical at the elite levels. You see the fashion of opening swing all over the place like a pendulum. h2, h3 has become popular because of this advance. g4.
And let's not forget, Yas, his game against Embriel just earlier in the tournament against the Najdorf, which he showed amazing preparation and didn't falter at all and went back to take the point home. I mean, MVL is one of the biggest night-off experts of today, but he was completely out-prepared by Vishy.
Absolutely. No, that was a very impressive game. A lot of criticism for MVL for not sacrificing his rook on c3, but even then, as I like Vishy answering Maurice's question about rook c3, I knew the move. I know.
He's not going to give away more than that.
He wasn't giving away anything else. G5, immediately expanding on the king side, G2, G4, G5, kicking this knight on F6 away so that now the pawn on E4 has no attackers, gaining space nicely. Now, basically, when you've got these two pawns on H4 and G5 breathing down the king side, it really makes it reluctant for the second player to castle short because he knows he's already walking into a pawn storm. But then you've got to ask yourself, well, where am I going to put my king? Let's see how Anish answers that question. B7, B5, a queenside expansion of his own. Obviously, black is looking to play the move B5, B4, kicking away this knight on C3. A2, A3 to prevent black's expansion. Bishop B7. Beautiful diagonal for the light squared bishop, looking down towards the E4 pawn as well as the rook on H3, bishop E3. Because white has expanded on the king side himself, he's looking to tuck his king, away on the queen side, knight C6, and I think we've come up to play. But let's go to Maurice in London for further insights into round 6.
Well, we always like to talk about the psychology of the players. And you look at the body language, I'm looking from the audience, and you can see that there's some players who are very intense, staying at the board, not moving at all, and some who are already starting to walk around because they're completely in their preparation. One such game is this one between Caruana and Nakamura. They hesitated for just a bit. And then Nakamura decided, it doesn't matter how sharp this position is, I'm okay to walk around and look at other games. I was quite surprised to see that, as Fabi did not move from his chair, knowing that they're in an ultra-sharp variation. This one here is a Donnybrook already in the making, and looks like both sides are extremely well prepared, so we'll see where that position goes. Another position to talk about is this one between Vladimir Kramnik and Michael Adams. Certainly it looks like on paper Vladimir is the big favorite, but Michael Adams has been moving quite quickly as Vladimir has decided to go for some lines that are a bit more passive. We saw him do this earlier in the tournament as well, not getting much out of the opening. I don't think anybody would be scared of a line like this, but in the hands of Vladimir Kramnik, this could be a dangerous weapon indeed. Another position I looked at and saw very relaxed for this player here, Aronian, in this position, also moving just at blitz pace against MVL. Like, yeah, I know you're playing this funky line with A4. I've seen it before. I'm well prepared. You know he's a specialist, a pass specialist in the Ruy Lopez. And certainly here in this Bishop C4 line, he is not worried about anything at all. He is very comfortable. You play E4, E5, you're going into Aronian's kitchen. And he's got something cooked up, playing very aggressively so far. So the players, what I've seen across all the boards with the black pieces seeming extremely relaxed. Our leader, Wesley So, seems very focused in his game. Certainly doesn't want to see any hiccups happen there. So we'll keep looking at the players to see who hesitates. That first big think will tell us a lot, and we'll see when it happens here in London. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Across the board, I mean, we've got some really combative chess. That rest day has really re-energized everybody. I'm just looking at this game of Wesley So. We'll just go back a brief bit. It was the Gioco piano, the Italian quiet game, if you will. It's popular for the last 500 years. This early Bishop G5. Now, when I started playing chess, this early Bishop G5 was really frowned upon. The problem was that after H6 and G5, as played by Wesley, this bishop can sometimes remain very passively encased, off sides, if you will, on the king side. And black has not committed himself to castling short. That, and according to the way we used to play back in those days, black would actually look to play queen e7, castles long, and attack white on the king side. That is why this move, castles short by black, whoa, that really knocked me backwards. Usually, after you've advanced your pawn shield in front of your king, it's not a good idea to put your king behind those pawns, but guess what? He played it castle short very quickly, and also castle short from white. Again, this kind of confusion on my side because black is committed kingside castling, you always look at this idea of playing h2, h4 to get this, to open up things on the king side and to do something about your bishop on g3. So very early, very electric currents going on in that game. And then we see the Kali system. The Kali system, guess what? It was played in the World Championship by none other than Magnus Carlsen himself. A very, very slow opening, very popular with club players because the Kali system, when you're white, it's very easy. You know what to do. You're supposed to play b2, b3, bishop goes to b2, you plunk your knight on e5, you then go f4 and mate the guy. That's the concept. With queen e2, however, Vladdy is basically saying, hey, keep an eye. I may break in the center with e3, e4. This is the most quiet game in an otherwise extremely sharp round 6. I'm going to turn it over to Alejandro for a second to get some insights on this Wesley. What's the latest and greatest of opening theory between Veselin and Wesley? Is this stuff standard?
Well, Yasser, I'll be able to answer that for you in a second.
Of course.
I was just mesmerized by some of the other games,
Please.
and e4, e5, I'm not going to waste my time looking at those games. I wanted to explain a little bit of what's going on in the Najdorfs that we're taking a look at in today's round. So start with the American matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Here we have this very standard idea of knight bd7, and in this type of Najdorfs, it's very obvious white's going to castle on the queen side and push his pawns forward. Black sometimes remains with the king in the center, sometimes he castles short, and in very few occasions he actually castles long himself. The security of the king on e8 is not pretty high, but sometimes it's higher than it would be either by castling short or by castling long. And the moves here are to castle b5, g4 seem pretty standard that you would expect black to develop with bishop b7, but that's already considered to be a mistake. After the move h4, g5, black's defenses are not sufficient in this kind of positions. The idea of this setup is to put the pawn here on g5, and that's exactly what Hikaru has done. A very modern approach to the Najdorf. The idea is that when the knight here on d7 controls the square on e5, he's going to be able to, like an octopus, control the entire board. Specifically, he's going to be able to defend the pawn on f7 and any entry down the f-file. So this is known to be as the most theoretical way of playing this variation still. Now remember that game that I was telling you about between Giri and Bashir Lagrave earlier? They're following it precisely. After g5, h4, pawn takes bishop e2. This is what was played between Giri and MVL in the Norwegian Super Tournament earlier in the year. Here MVL played the move rook g8 after a 45-minute think. Giri did not know that move, and after a 45-minute think, played a bad move, rook dg1, and it was been analyzed almost to death that after rook g8, black is actually losing on a couple of variations. These lines are incredibly sharp. Let me just give you a taste of what's going on. In some variations, you can consider going knight e5, taking on f4, and even taking on g4, with the idea of e5 recovering the pawn. But is the pawn worth opening the files? Man, there have been tons of analysis. As many grandmasters have put it, this is basically the starting point of the files, the analysis files that many grandmasters have in this position. Now we can see that that is not what happened quite yet. b4 was played first before the move knight e5, knight takes g4. So Hikaru is introducing a little bit of a subtlety here. He has put the pawn on b4, which is a novelty in the position, sacrificing the pawn. Here Fabiano has no choice but to take it, and only then essay this maneuver. Knight e5, queen takes f4, knight e takes g4. Why does the pawn being on b4 matter? Why did he sacrifice it? Well, this will take me a couple of hours with the help of the engines, but more likely than not, we'll see why in the game as Hikaru showcases his idea. This is still incredibly theoretical. Obviously, the preparation of Hikaru, we're going to have to see if Fabiano was aware of the ideas. He is replying relatively quickly. Bishop takes g4 was by no means a forced move. So it does kind of say that Fabiano has at least looked at these variations, and I'm sure that the analysis here, which you can find in You in Chess and ChessBase, I mean, this game has been analyzed very, very deeply, the one between Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So I'm not surprised at all that there is very deep preparation in this line.
Yeah, well, thank you, Alejandro. I mean, one of the things is when you talk about tabias, these starting positions, so to speak, of deep analysis, every single move is so precisionally
by the way, Fabiano has sacrificed the queen, which is the theoretical refutation of the line that I was showing earlier without the sacrificing the pawn. So after e5, queen takes f6 is considered to be the strongest move as long as the pawn wasn't on b4. I'm not familiar at all with the pawn being on b4 first. Bishop takes f6. Now the entire point is that you put the knight on d5, and this fork on the queen on c7 and the bishop on f6 can only be met with queen d8. I can't put my knight on c6 to recover my queen. There are variations in which white decides not to recover the sacrifice material. Instead, they put the knight on f5, or they try attacking on the light squares. You can see that even though white has less material in this position, he only has 2 pieces for the queen. They're kind of dominating the situation. The problem with recovering the material after knight c6 is that after bishop takes g4, knight takes d8, you pretty much gave up a lot of your pieces that were attacking, and it's considered that this endgame was somehow okay for black. You could decide to go for this, which is perfectly acceptable, or you could play something like knight f5, which looks crazy as it's not recovering the material. But between the knight on d5, the bishop on f2 coming to b6, the fact that the king on e8 doesn't have any good squares, it is considered that white has sufficient compensation for the queen. Is it more than enough? That is debatable.
Wow, enterprising play, sacrificing the queen.
And we see it on the board that Fabiano Caruana is simply sacrificing his queen for the 2 pieces. He has played the move knight f5.
Wow, what great stuff. Knight f5 on the board. Let's see it all again. We're going to do it a little bit in slow motion. I'm going to go back just a tad. After the move b5, g4, for those of you who are out there who are wondering, what's wrong with e5 attacking the knight and attacking the rook? Well, unfortunately, a one-move answer. Simply bishop b7, interfering with the attack of the rook, attacking your queen, and you don't have time to grab this knight. So that was why we saw this move g4 by Fabi, g5, h4, and this very sharp line, bishop e2, b4. I'm still wondering myself why that move b5, b4, sacrificing the pawn was important to this whole line. Maybe we'll find out down the line. Certainly the players are in their preparation. Knight e5, queen takes, knight takes g4, bishop takes g4, e5, attacking white's queen, and at the same time preparing to recover the piece that black just sacrificed on g4, and then suddenly, bang, queen takes f6, attacking the rook. There's absolutely no choice. Black is 2 pieces down at this exact moment. He's recovered his queen, and now he's the one who's had the material. Knight d5, as Alejandro was mentioning, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. Only move was to step back with the queen, getting out of attack while also simultaneously defending this bishop on f6. Now, knight f5 was what Alejandro was mentioning, this move. You've only got 2 minor pieces for the queen, but what minor pieces they are. White's got this dominant knight on d5, this dominant knight on f5, bishop on g4, the big threat, the winning threat that black is facing is this move, bishop b6, attacking the queen when the queen's trapped and has to defend b8. Wow, okay, so one of the things that Hikaru could do is just simply capture and say, okay, you've got these 2 minor pieces, I've got a queen, I want to stop rook, pardon me, I want to stop bishop b6, I play rook b8, and then it's this question, is there sufficient
compensation?
There is compensation, but is there sufficient to make an advantage for white? Wow, great stuff, Tania. I mean, I love these type of games. And again, a throwback to the era where the Najdorf Sicilian was all the rage and black players were happy to accept these challenges. For me, the only way I'm entering a line like this is with absolutely masterclass preparation. This is a very tough position. Alejandro, you said you've been working and looking at some of these games.
Yes.
Positions, go for it. Explain to me why you would be attracted to white and why you would be fearful as well.
Absolutely. Let's continue. Let's just take a look at this position. Already, you can see that the threats are mounting up against the black pieces. Already, bishop b6, as you mentioned, is a winning idea. But don't forget, another winning shot here is knight takes f6 check, queen takes f6, and knight takes d6, after which the king is just lacking shelter. You'll be forced to f8. I continue the attack with bishop c5. But let's continue with what it should be a forced move. I don't see anything but bishop takes f5. At least not that I can remember. Bishop takes f5, and I do think that here black had a choice, but rook b8, as you mentioned, is a perfectly playable move. And here, white does have to hurry up. If somehow black consolidates, then obviously black has more material and will be better. But after the move rook d3, c4 is also possible, by the way. Rook d3, for example, bringing the rook here to d1. I felt, and the reason that we didn't want to go into those variations, that we felt that there was too much compensation for the queen. So it seems like from a theoretical point of view, we were convinced white was better. From a practical point of view, we also thought that it was easier to play white than it was to play black, even if technically the computers could defend in certain situations, simply because the queen lacks activity and is just playing for the long game, whereas in the short game, it seems like every threat that is ever going to be made in this position is going to be white's. White's going to be threatening the king, white's going to be threatening the structure, white's going to be threatening this awkward bishop on f8, and black has to find very specific resources. Now, I am a little disappointed, I have to say, because Hikaru hasn't played.
That's very interesting, and that brings us to the point, the very insightful point that Maurice made. These players have had a rest day. They're clearly extremely well prepared, and one of the big signs of who takes who by surprise is going to be on who has the first big think. And this position, Hikaru, this is the first time that Hikaru's actually stopped and thought in the position that how he wants to play this forward. And I'm wondering if Hikaru's completely out of his books here. But the thing about knight off is that it is so combative. If you have to play the knight off, your preparation has to be absolutely to the full.
Well, agreed, but I'm sure when Hikaru played the move b5, b4, he's well in his preparations. He's seeing this position on the board. Alejandro was mentioning, in fact, that there are choices at this exact moment. Two big threats for white. The first is bishop b6. Another big threat is knight takes f6 with a check. So Alejandro was saying that bishop takes f5 is forced. All right, and after bishop f5, bishop f5, rook b8, again, not the only choice. There are other moves that could be made. They're probably not that great, but rook b8. And I kind of like this move, rook d3. Yeah, I was also looking at rook h3 with a crazy idea of swinging across either to c3 or maybe even to a3 and grabbing this pawn. I thought black's resource in the position was that he has to play rook g8 and rook g2 to try to gain some counterplay. This is a Donnybrook. It's going to be very, very sharp game for the rest of the game.
20 moves and white has sacrificed his queen. Definitely going to be a sharp game, yes.
This is what I'm getting at, Yasser. This is the reason that we didn't like this position for black when I was analyzing it, was the reason that, for example, after rook d3, you would like to make some kind of natural move. You were mentioning the move rook g8. The computers are saying rook g8 is almost losing.
Wow.
I mean, this is the problem with the position, is that you want to play very natural moves as black, and coming up with these moves that the computer suggests is not very easy for a human during a game. Like, for example, right now what it really wants to play is the move rook b5. He wants to eliminate the knight from d5 as soon as possible. He thinks it's just way too dangerous. But in many scenarios where I'm going to get a rook and a piece once I recover the exchange here, and perhaps an outside pass pawn, you can imagine that already being very dangerous for the black side without too much of material compensation. Absolutely.
Well, the move rook b5, getting rid of that, like dominant knight on d5 makes a lot of sense. But then you're getting getting up to date with the positional advantages for white. Oh, this is going to be great.
Also, I was just going, well, first let's take a look at the history of these two players. They've met a number of times. Not only have they played against each other, yes, they've also played for the United States in the team together in the Baku Olympiad. Incredible performance by the US where they won the gold medal. But well, just take a look at this. They've played, that's what, 29 games. With Hikaru was leading 1-5, but recently Fabiano has managed to cover some ground on that, and now their personal score is 3-5, but still in Hikaru's favor with 21 draws. And don't forget, both of them are tied for the second spot at this moment. So a big game for Fabiano and Hikaru, and clearly neither of them are backing down with this extremely combative opening play that we've seen. And talking about this position, Yas, where Fabiano chose knight f5, a lot of players might think knight c6. Just going back to that point, yes, right here, that knight c6 and you get the queen back. But the problem here is black probably just gives it back, taking the bishop on g4, and he sort of solved all his problems.
Yes, exactly. He's got the two bishops. Sharp stuff. Alejandro, you had a thought that you'd like to share.
We have amazing preparation, I feel, in another game. Let's take a look at the MVL versus Aronian game. We have this following position. Let me just go through what happened exactly. We got this very typical Italian. The structure didn't change much. I think we stopped watching here at bishop g4, knight bd2, knight b6 was played. And it seems like all of these moves were in Aronian's preparation, considering how fast he's playing. Bishop d6, h3, okay, bishop h5, knight e4. It seems like this is getting a little bit dangerous for black. Notice that the knight retreating to g3 will force the bishop off the board. There might be problems on the e5 square. Aronian says, I don't care. f5 was played, knight g3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and I thought, this looks a little dangerous for black. I'm taking on c6 on the next move, and f5 is hanging. I can't move my knight because pawn on b7 is hanging. What is Aronian doing? I get that he has a lot of space, but there are some tactical problems in the position. If he can resolve them, then I agree, black is a little bit better. I love his center, but how do you solve them? Well, Aronian instantly played the move knight e7, and this is the position I'm analyzing at the moment. I think Maxime has to accept the challenge. I don't see a good move otherwise. Black is threatening to push c6, the bishop on b5 is trapped, after which I would take on c4 with my knight, and the pawn superiority of the center would just be giving black the advantage. I think you have to take on b7 here, but after queen takes b7, white's up a pawn. There is no way to recover it, but there's a clever sequence. After rook b8, already the queen doesn't have a lot of squares. It doesn't really want to go to the a file because it might get trapped. Let's look at the more natural queen f3. Then black follows up with c6. If you play bishop c4, black's happy with the compensation. I take on c4, take on c4, e4, and this pawn formation coupled with the power of the rook on the b file should be able to give black more than enough chances to get a pawn. And just to show, after c6, what happens if you take on c6, then there's the intermediate e4 in this position, cutting off the queen to the bishop, and after, for example, the possibility to counter-sacrifice. Pawn takes e4, knight takes f5, knight takes e6, sorry, knight takes f5. It would be white that has 4 pawns, 4 apiece. Is it enough? Do the piece, can the piece coordinate against the king in order to create threats, or is the pawn superiority too much? Well, we also have Maurice Ashley from London to give insights into these positions.
Well, this is an absolutely crazy round, and you got to love it. Of course, as a commentator, you see how excited we are to be watching games like this. The fans are definitely into these games, sharp night-offs, and even in the double e-pawn openings, you're finding sharp novelties as well. This position you guys talked about, and Alejandro, you talked about how long you spent on this position. When you first click this on, the engine says knight f5, no way, knight c6, get back your material, and keep going. It actually blips that it's better for black, but only slightly better, which is a small issue when you realize that white is down material, significant material. That's always a dangerous sign when the computers that are very, very materialistic start saying, yeah, you know what, it's kind of equal despite the fact that it's 2 pieces for the queen. And the more you let the computers analyze this position, they go deeper and deeper. They start looking at lots of variations, and suddenly they start saying, hold on a second, this position is actually better for white. And all the computational power after all those minutes is saying that this is a problem for black, and it is why Nakamura has been sitting there, and you can see it in Nakamura's posture that he is not happy. He did not look at this closely enough or deeply enough, and he may already be in trouble in this position. Trying to defend as a human is going to be a Herculean task. The other position that I'm interested in is this one between Vasily Topalov and the leader of the tournament, Wesley So. You look at this position, not every day you play g5 and knight to h7 in the opening as black, loosening the position somewhat. Of course, this bind is typical for black, putting the knight back on h7, and you're taking a look at this, it's already wild as well. You got to love this kind of imbalance in chess. no matter what going on the board. Certainly the rest day has been great for these players, and they're playing in very enterprising fashion. Seems like they were serious. When I interviewed them before this tournament, almost to a man, they said, I want to win this tournament. This is a season-ending classic. It's important, and they're showing it in this round for sure.
Thank you, Maurice. And I tell you, Tanya, I am loving it. What a round we have.
Absolute incredible prep.
He needs to break through on the queen side right now, and it's what Giri is thinking about. He is considering the consequences of the immediate move b4. If he doesn't like them, he will play either knight e5 in order to improve the knight, or queen c7 in order to add pressure to the c file. But let's take a look at some of these lines after b4. I think they're just absolutely crazy. For example, if I push the pawn here after b4, notice that the pawn being on a3 sometimes not a great thing for the white side, as you're forced to open up the position. If you take on b4, I take happily with the knight, and I've opened at least a file. The bigger question is, what happens if knight takes c6? Bishop takes c6, pawn takes b4. And here the first thing you might think of is like, I don't really want to play rook takes b4, because after knight d5, my rook is under attack. I'm going to be able to take your bishop on e7, take on d6. This does not look like enough. But hey, you don't have to take pawns if they're offered to you. You can wait patiently. Look at this move, queen b6, running into a pin, but pinning the b pawn itself against b2, checkmate. Crazy position here. Many ways to defend the pawn, including queen d4, which I think is a very unnatural move, but just shows how sharp and precise you have to be in this kind of positions. I'm amazed of how much fighting spirit we've seen in today's games, just going from the opening. At some point, we start talking about the players' seconds and who has really come up with these ideas, because you know that most of these players were resting yesterday, and it was somebody else hard at work.
No question about that. And with the internet and Skype, I wouldn't doubt for a single instant that across the world, midnight oil was being burned.
Yes.
With computers and engines, as the players are getting help from their seconds.
No, it's quite
all over
often
the
now
world.
that the seconds are sitting at home with their big machines and their strong computers and finding the variations while the players are at the event. And talking about Anish and Naidov, Anish was an e5 specialist till the longest, and then very recently we've seen him religiously employ the Naidov game after game in this tournament as well. It's been his main weapon, and I'm wondering if that has something to do with the fact that he got this entire super solid, draws too much kind of a repetition attached to him, and he wanted to change that. And well, how do you change that? Go for the Naidov.
You
Not
change
that it's
your
helped him.
opening. Not that, yeah. Even the sharpest games seem to end up at a draw in his case. And that was interesting what MVL said, that when he was preparing for their game in the first half of the event, he was expecting e5. Then he looked in his database and said 10 games in a row of the Sicilian Naidorf by Anish has become his #1 weapon. And then we saw that Anish actually out-prepared MVL. Going to our tournament leader, we know that Veselin Topalov is not the player to sit back and let the initiative escape from him. And this has been an extraordinary game for me. After the move Castles, whoops, just a second, Castles short by Veselin Topalov, we see that these pawns on g5 and h6 have been thrust forwards in this move, knight h7. So what is the idea behind this move, knight h7? Well, it's severalfold. First of all, black is hoping that he'll be able to play a g5, g4, h6, h5. In other words, put his pawns to work.
Maybe play knight e7, knight g6 at some point?
Maybe slipping over with this knight in classical Ruy Lopez flavors, knight e7 to g6 to bring the knight to f4. The other idea behind knight h7 is simply to slip the king into the corner and be prepared to play the move f7, f5. So Veselin played the move h2, h3, thinking to himself, okay, I kind of like this idea. Maybe take a page from your book. I'll play like knight h2, queen can come to h5, the knight can come to g4. Who knows? One day I may be prepared to move my king and move my knight, play f3. So look at this move, h6, h5. Oh my goodness.
Love it.
That is really, a loud gong.
Wesley is not playing like he's playing with the black pieces.
No, he's not.
He's going for the initiative.
Absolutely. This move is a really double-edged move. And the question is for Veselin Topalov, a man who loves the initiative himself, he wants to find the most ultra-aggressive way of combating this move of h5. And at the moment, I don't see a really sharp solution for him. Wesley is clearly eyeballing the opportunity to play both h4 first. Sorry, let me just make a move for white so I can at least put this down. h4, bishop h2, g4. These kinds of double-edged attacks are really annoying for the first player because as white, you don't want to be under attack.
I mean, especially Veselin. I mean, he hates to be on the defensive end of a game.
Exactly. And now we see another, fringe benefit, if you will, of the move knight f6 to h7. Their idea of playing knight g5 double up against this knight, also in conjunction with the move h4, h3.
Queen is coming to f6.
Queen is coming to f6. An ultra-sharp position that has put Veselin on the back foot. And at the moment, I would be very, very worried if I was Veselin Topalov. There we see him on the screen, by the way. You can see he's really got his head in deep concentration.
No, Veselin Topalov is very worried about being Veselin Topalov right now with the white pieces at this moment.
Well, indeed. And Wesley looks very calm. And for a man who's leading the Grand Chess Tour as well as the London Chess Classic, he looks like he's in a happy camper. Let me turn this one over to Alejandro. I'm sure the computer's going to go 0, 0, 0, but I'm just saying as a human player, I'd be worried if I had the white pieces.
Well, your instincts don't fail you, Yasser. The evaluation is exactly 0.00. But I don't understand it, so I don't really want to use the engine very much because what it's throwing out is things that will never happen for a human. For example, it's suggesting the move king h1. You know that Topalov is not going to play the move king h1. I do not understand the move king h1. It, to me, makes 0 sense. So therefore, king h1 will not happen. I don't care what the computer says. Other moves that it says, to me, make more sense. For example, h4, trying to resolve the tension on the king side, to me, actually makes a little bit of sense. Since you don't really want to take on h4, allowing my bishop or my knight there, you don't want me taking on g5. Here I could consider the move bishop g4, or I could consider the move g4. And you see, you're kind of resolving here the position on the king side, which to me makes a lot of sense. So h4 I expect, and I see actually that Topalov played another move that I think is very logical. If you attack on the king side, where do you counterattack? The center. d4 is what was played in the position. It might even just be a straight-up pawn sacrifice because I think you can take on d4 even twice in certain variations. Here, Wesley would have a lot of opportunities to show his preparation if he has some, or start thinking for very sharp lines. h4 is possible, g4 is possible, pawn takes d4 is possible. This is a mess of a position in which, of course, the computers say one thing, but let's face it, these are humans, and let's try to analyze like a human in this position. I think that there are just a lot of variations, and that Wesley's going to be thinking a long time between them, unless Veselin has run into very deep prep.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yeah, those took computer evaluations for such positions, treble zeros and the positions equal. Well, there are equal positions and balanced positions, and that was definitely not a balanced position. I think a lot of fear on the white side of the table in that game. Speaking of somebody who's taken a lot of time is Hikaru Nakamura. After this last move, knight f5, Hikaru's been in the tank. We have been looking mostly at the move rook b8.
Against the bishop b6
Oh, pardon me.
side.
Sorry. I got it wrong. So there's actually two threats. One threat for white is simply bishop b6, attacking the queen, which defends the bishop, and you cannot allow bishop b6. So the problem with the immediate rook b8, as Alejandro pointed out a moment ago, is that after knight takes d6 check, knight takes f6 check, pardon me, this d6 pawn is falling, and that's why we start for black with the move bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, two beautiful minor pieces on outstanding outposts, rook b8 finally to stop the move bishop b6, and then either rook d3 or rook h3. Rook d3 was Alejandro's mention, and with this move rook d3, white is both ready to played the move rook d1 and maybe even slip across with his rook along the third rank to a3 or c3. I had suggested the move rook to g8, and it's immediately refuted by the computer. The computer is actually saying these minor pieces are simply too strong, and the computer is looking at rook b5
to
with the idea
neutralize the knight on
to
d5.
sacrifice itself for the knight on d5. And if that were to be the case, I would prefer to have the white pieces. If that is Hikaru's approach. And back to you, Alejandro.
An update in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces playing against Levon Aronian. Sometimes in chess, when you're faced against preparation, you have two ugly choices. Either you say, I don't believe your prep, I have to go for the sharpest line, I'm going to take your material, or I'm going to accept a slightly inferior position, but not go into the most sharp of variations. And this is exactly what MVL was faced with in this situation. If he took on b7, he just knew Levon had tons more to show. He was going to have incredible amounts of compensation. But he also knows objectively there's a high chance that queen takes b7 was the correct way of playing the position. Not being comfortable facing the Armenian's prep, he decided to instead play the move bishop g5, which we see on the board, after which very quickly we have this couple of moves. c6 was played in the position, trapping the bishop on b5. I had already mentioned this possibility. Bishop c4 check, knight takes, pawn takes on c4, and I think that after the move e4, which I cannot see Aronian not playing, e4 in this position, and unless you have some kind of tricks with e4, but I don't see them working at all, you would have to retreat the queen. Let's, for example, put it on e2, and here after even the simple queen to c7, visually, this is all black, and the computers agree.
Wow, what an extraordinary, he really backed down on the challenge. Alejandro, if I could ask you a question.
Yes.
In the most challenging variation, queen takes b7, and I was thinking to myself, wow, why would MVL not want to play it? Is the immediate c7, c6 a move that could very well have scared MVL away?
It is very likely. I mean, c6 is a playable move in this position. It's not the computer's top choice, but it does have a couple of tricks. And actually, white has to find a counter trick to not be lost immediately. Here, the point for MVL would have been to play the move bishop c4 check. This is an important line. If you take on c6, then after rook b8, I think your position is just collapsing. I think there's other ways of playing also. Yeah, rook b8 is correct, and you don't have a way to keep the defense of the bishop with the queen. So you cannot even consider doing that. You do have the move bishop c4 check, though. Now, it seems dangerous because after takes on c4, your queen's kind of stranded, and even after bishop c5, I'm threatening the move rook a7 in certain variations. This looks kind of ugly. There's a lot of pressure. But instead of taking
Queen
on c4
b3?
immediately, you have the move queen b3.
Yes.
Retreating the queen and taking on c4 with the queen, which puts the queen in a good position and allows the pawn on d3 to keep the control over e4. So this wouldn't have been so bad. It is scary, but there was a trick to get MVL out of it. Now, if bishop c4 check, you decide to move the king, again, a little bit of tricks, but they just happen to work for white. You have to move bishop g5 with the idea of taking on e7 and capturing on c6 on the next move. But the queen is surviving, which means that white remains up a pawn. Tricky for sure, and MVL was certainly not willing to calculate the hundreds or thousands of lines that Aronian had already prepared in such a sharp position. But by not taking the bull by the horns, by saying, I'm okay with a slightly worse position, that's exactly what he's going to get, and it's Aronian that's going to be pressing with the black pieces from the very start.
Wow, I really like Levon's position because MVL backed down by not accepting this challenge.
But that's the thing, Yasser, with the good opening preparation, if you're able to come up with a novelty that takes your opponent by surprise, even though the opponent can take some time and calm themselves down, but there is so much damage that happens psychologically that you just don't go for principal lines. You don't want to test your opponent who you feel is so well prepared, so much better prepared, that you become too cautious. And well, too cautious means a slightly worse position then.
Absolutely. Alejandro.
More updates in more fascinating games today. What a round these guys are giving us. Because here in the game between Giri and Anand, or rather Anand Giri, I had mentioned the move b4 was a possibility for Giri, and if he didn't like it, he was going to play either queen c7 or knight e5. He did play queen c7, which makes a lot of sense, bringing the queen into the position, allowing the rook to come to c8. And Anand said, you're not going to play b4? You're never going to play b4. b4 played by Anand himself, allowing a potential rupture on the queen side by a5 at some point, opening up the position against the king, but saying, I'm going to drive your knight back. And you can see that Giri is thinking in this position. Do you think he's thinking about where to put the knight? Maybe, but he might also be considering leaving it there.
Sacrifice.
The idea of knight e5 is completely playable in this position. The point is that after pawn takes, I'm attacking this knight, which doesn't have any good retreat squares. I also threatened b4 or c4 with this bishop coming to a3 and attacking the king. This is not a the computer actually do suggest this line, but what I'm saying is it's not a very computer line in the sense that it's impossible for a human to come up with it. The knight, I understand, is attacked, but the fact that you're opening up the bishop is so tempting in this position that I can see knight e5 definitely being considered by Giri. Now, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best move. Moving the knight back is also a perfectly viable possibility here for Giri, playing simply the move knight d7 and preparing an a5 in the near future. He could also be considering throwing in the intermediate after b4, knight takes d4 before retreating with the knight. The computers are not so fond of this move, but all of these are very logical possibilities here for Anish Giri in an already very sharp knight. Or I think Anand looked over at the Fabiano game and was like, wow, those guys are playing pretty exciting. I think I better sharpen things up.
And we have Maurice Ashley in London. Maurice.
And I got to say, this is just good stuff. We get to look at these Najdorfs in just 2 games. We could probably pay attention to just 2 games, and it'll be enough. But we've got all those other rich games going on as well. But this position you mentioned here, Alejandro, I just had to also note this computer-esque line. The move knight e5, yes, leaving the knight on c5 hanging and all those scintillating variations you mentioned. Black gets his pawn storm and a big attack. Then just say, well, wait a second, what if I attack the other knight as well? These 2 knights are now on threes. And what does the engine say? Leave them both alone. Rook to d8. Rook f d8 in this position. Of course, if you capture this knight, pawn takes, and you've got this juicy pin being exploited on this line. 2 knights on prees in 2 moves being ignored. I mean, how often do you see that happening in chess? This is the kind of chess we love to watch, and it's amazing that they're doing it here in round 6 in such an important tournament. Great stuff they're playing here in London.
Definitely.
I would be absolutely spellbound if Anish was to play knight e5 in this position. I mean, finding this idea of f4, rook d8.
That's beautiful. But you know what? It's the nature of the Najdorf. You've sometimes, you can't just play positionally. It's all about a very rich tactical brawl. And this move, knight e5, somehow I just have to say it fits the spirit.
And the thing about Najdorf is if you do not play according to the spirit of the position, you are going to end up in a lot of trouble. And that's what we saw happen with MVL when Vishy was up against him. And MVL did not sacrifice with rook c8 and immediately ended up in a much worse position.
Exactly. I just have to share a story. In that MVL game, you talked about the psychology there for a moment of, okay, your opponent's offering you this pawn. Just putting this position on the board right back here after the move knight e7, your opponent's offering this pawn, and you think to yourself, well, how does it go if I take the pawn, blah, 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 blah. And Levon played it very, very quickly. So this really did unnerve MVL, and he backed down from the challenge. He didn't take the pawn. Well, I was playing Ilya Smerin in the World Team Championship, and we played this very topical, sharp line of the Karo Khan, and he sacrificed a pawn. So I sat there and thought for 20 minutes. It was an incredibly complex line. I'm thinking to myself, my opponent's got all of his preparation, supercomputers. I'm walking into all kinds of danger. I backed down. I didn't take the pawn, got a slightly worse position. After the game, I asked Ilya, I said, well, what happens if I take the pawn? And Ilya said, sorry, I made a finger failure. It was like, it wasn't a deliberate sacrifice. It was just a mistake, a finger failure. But what a round we're having, Tanya.
You're pumped.
I am really
well,
pumped. This
yes,
is really enthusiastic.
If you've got preparation, I think it's also a very crucial point to make your moves fast. But when I say fast, I don't mean finger failure, like what
Yes,
happened to
exactly.
even Hikaru Nakamura going knight e2 in round 1.
Yes.
You don't want to end up in that sort of a situation. But yes, you don't take so much time, because what we don't understand is that puts additional pressure on your opponent.
Truly it does.
And we're not talking small pressure. The moment your opponent feels that you are better prepared than me, it's half the opening battle won.
Precisely.
And, well, that's what we've seen Aronian do. He's been blitzing out his move, but right now we've got this position after dc4. And after e4,
Right, that was
I'm
the thing.
surprised he's taking a bit of time for this.
E5, E4, absolutely very compelling move. And Alejandro's right. You move your queen, you're basically saying, I'm worse. The pawn structure, very favorable for black. Knight takes e4 likely doesn't work, but we should at least examine why that could be the case. So we sacrificed a knight for 2 pawns, but we're trying to exploit this opportunity of the pin, pardon me, on the knight on e7. Also, one thing to keep in mind, I do have this check downstairs, so you can't play a move like queen b6 going for my f2 pawn, because queen e6 check will pick up this bishop. So you have to be a little bit crafty, but let's imagine rook f7, right? Okay, you just now bring this other rook over, so now I've got this threat of c4, c5. You can get out of that pin, and I can sacrifice the exchange. Rook takes d6, queen takes d6, bishop takes e7. I'm recovering a lot of material. After queen d2, however, I'm going to lose a pawn, either the f2 pawn or the b2 pawn. Is that true? I'm sitting there saying, well, no, actually after rook e2, this could be a bailout variation. I'm just saying, if you don't play knight takes e4, you're worse, but it better work out very concretely. Alejandro, this has been a crazy round. Tell me what's got your attention.
Hikaru Nakamura has made a move, and it's not the one we were expecting. He has not taken the knight on f5. He has played the move rook b8 immediately, trying to keep his pair of bishops. The computers, at least from what I'm analyzing, think that is a blunder. And let us go through some of the notions. Rook b8 here, knight takes f6. The computers are thinking is the strongest line. We had mentioned that this is, of course, a threat in the position. Queen takes f6 is absolutely forced. You don't take with the rook because this allows bishop e6, covering the 3rd rank for black. Instead, knight takes d6 is a strong check. Now, there are many moves here in this position, actually. You could even consider giving back the material with queen takes d6. But honestly, after rook takes d6 in this position, bishop takes g4, and simply bishop c5, this looks like a completely lost endgame to me. The king is very weak on e8. The rooks are not coordinated. I have the possibility to take on a6, and immediately white's already up a pawn. So this should be unholdable. I don't think there's any chance of holding this at all. So I don't think that's the point that Hikaru is going to try to make. Instead, there are a couple of options. King e7 is possible, the idea being that if you capture here, and you capture here, and you capture here, and you capture here, you have forgotten, well, perhaps even stronger to capture on f2, you have forgotten that actually even if I win a little bit of material, I'm not getting all of it back. A queen is a lot of material to make up, and in this case, black is the one that emerges up material, and since the pieces were liquidated, he is completely winning. This is a very silly line, so instead of this, you have to up the attack. And of course, the most logical way to do this, bishop to c5, hanging this bishop on g4, but it's untakeable. If you take on g4, the beautiful idea and the only move in this position, knight b5 check, not too hard to realize that the king is getting mated. If you go to e6 or e8, the result is the same. Knight c7, checkmate, there goes the game. So after bishop c5, actually the only move in the position, queen f4, the idea is that it gives black this f6 square to run off to. There is a check on the board. I must move away. Now, again, what happens against bishop takes g4? In this case, a checkmate in a completely different manner. Beautiful stuff, difficult to calculate. Knight f5 check. If the king goes to e8, I have knight g7 checkmate. If the king goes to e6 or f6, I have rook d6 checkmate. The king is completely cut off from the bishop, which cannot retreat to e6. So in this position, after king e7, bishop c5, queen f4 check, king b1, the only move in the position is queen takes g4. The difference in this line is because the bishop is still on c8 against knight f5, king f6, this is not a checkmate because the bishop can interpose on the e6 square. Instead, after this queen takes g4, the computers are saying knight takes c8 check, It's not easy to put the king anywhere. If you go to f6, I continue the attack with rook hf1 and then recover the queen with rook g1. It will be a pin down on the g5. You must go to e8. The knight retreats again to d6. And now, if I go to e7, the knight f5 check is again going to be made in a very similar fashion, as I've eliminated the bishop on c8. You must go to d8, the d file. You would think there's some kind of lethal discovery here. There is. It doesn't win instantly, but after this, king c7, and even bishop d6 check in this position, it seems like white has gotten enough material to cover the queen and a little bit extra, and the king is quite weak. It's not completely winning, I think, right away. There are still some technical issues, but this is obviously a huge advantage for the white side. You might argue that white is winning, actually, in this line. So that's just the very beginning, guys, because there's also the move king f8 that you have to consider. Here the move bishop c5 does not work at all, because after queen f4 check and I take on g4, the king escapes to g8, so I don't have to worry about that. However, the simple positional move bishop f5 seems to be absolutely winning in this position. The point is that I am going to follow up with bishop c5 the next move. I'm simply defending both bishops at the same time. There is no defense here for the black side. You're going to have to lose a heavy amount of material. After I put my bishop on c5, the king is simply too weak. Now you might be wondering, why didn't I do the same thing here in this position? The difference is that after bishop f5, which is perfectly a playable variation, queen takes d6, bishop c5, you're not really winning this endgame so easily. You're up a pawn, but it's a little complicated to keep it alive after the move rook b5. Still slightly better for white, but not as decisive as the lines with bishop c5. In any case, I think that the move knight takes f6 check is incredibly tempting from the white side. Even if you don't find the concrete winning alternatives, there are a couple of variations where white is just a little bit better without any risk. So I can imagine that Caruana, even if he doesn't calculate every single line that wins, will enter this variation knowing that he's quite safe taking on f6.
Thank you,
Those
Alejandro.
are some stunning lines right there.
They are, and I'm just, Alejandro, I'll throw it back to you for a second, because while I'm looking at all of those wonderful variations you were producing, it seems to me that this pawn, this white pawn on b4 is exceptionally useful. First of all, it's a pawn, and it's giving white's bishop on f2 this protected square on c5. So the more I'm looking at that pawn sacrifice, at the moment it's really worked out for white. What was this? What's going? What lines did Hikaru anticipate this pawn sacrifice b5 b4, which was made voluntarily long ago? Where does that help him?
I'm going to go ahead and assume, Yasser, that there are certain variations here with the queen retreating to other squares in which the pawn to b4 break is useful for black, because otherwise I don't understand it. In the variations where white sacrifices the queen, it all points to the fact that the pawn on b4 is useful and it's just extra in certain variations.
So
Okay,
Hikaru Nakamura probably just did not expect white to go with the queen f6 sacrifice.
Or he misjudged the resulting position of the queen
Yes.
sacrifice, because with this pawn on b4, that's very useful for Fabi. He's in great shape. Tanya, ladies' choice. Where would you like to go?
No, I would like to jump back to the Levon game, but just talking about Fabi a little more. I mean, it's very clear that he is also pretty surprised with white not going, with black not taking on f5 and going rook b8 first, because this is the first time, Yas, that we are seeing Fabiano take a think in the position.
Right.
Rook b8 is obviously a surprising choice because you just take on f6 and take the d6 pawn.
Right, and I'm sure he's licking his chops, actually.
I'm going to point
Alejandro.
something out, and
Yes.
it's the psychology of the players in this kind of situations, because when you go into this kind of preparation, you always do it with the computer. And if the computer doesn't say equal on anything but bishop takes f5, you know that every single other move is winning for the white side, and he has played one of the others. So his calculation is already based on the fact that the computer says he's winning, which completely changes your outlook of certain situations. If Fabiano had no idea of the evaluation of this position, he can consider the move rook d3, he can consider the move rook h3, he can consider any sort of moves that just slightly improve his game. But because he knows there is something the computer said was wrong with black's play, he knows that there is a winning shot somewhere. It makes his calculation that much easier.
Very interesting. So Fabiano already knows and feels that Hikaru Nakamura has in fact gone terribly wrong.
Correct. But let's just explain that a little bit more to the viewers who are out there who may not understand why the chess engines and that subtle T, that Alejandro is mentioning, why it's so key for Fabi. Once more, explain why, when you get to a position, Alejandro, that's 0-0-0 based only on one move, bishop takes f5, Fabi could now feel very confident he's winning.
Well, even if you don't know the evaluation of the move that Hikaru just made, Fabi knows that if bishop takes f5 is not played, everything else is winning for white. Therefore, his calculation is now based on basically the puzzle, white to play and win, which is completely different than just the normal way of we play chess, which is white to play, or if you're white, make the best move you can.
Precisely.
That's a completely different things. There are some scenarios in which tactics can be solved by even average level players because they know that there is something in the position and something's telling them look for it, and then you start immediately looking for the tactical variations. Whereas in normal chess, you don't know if there's the tactic and you don't know if it works. Here, he knows there's something. He doesn't need to be intuitive about it. He knows from beforehand that what he just is facing is a mistake and there must be a punishment.
Exactly.
Right. And I wonder if that is the exact situation, the exact case in the Aronian, in the MVL Aronian game, because, well, if Aronian prepared this line, then clearly Queen B7 was the right move, the right way, the principled way for MVL to go ahead, something that Aronian definitely looked at. But, well, instead, with extremely cautious play, because scared of the opponent's preparation, MVL chose another way. So Aronian probably already has an idea that black has an edge in this position now.
For
and
sure.
all he has to do is find the right way.
Right, and E5, E4 is definitely that way. Back to you, Alejandro.
Well, you might be thinking, well, what's Aronian thinking about? Just push the pawn already.
Right.
But there's actually some human complications. The idea of E4 is obvious, but what happens if white takes on E4 here in this position? After pawn takes E4, queen takes E4, how do you defend the knight on E7?
Exactly.
And here it's where the computer finds things very easily, but as a human, sometimes you don't think of these moves right away. Now, there's a couple of threats. Not only is the knight being threatened, but also queen E6 check and rook D1. So you first might think rook F7 defends the knight and defends against queen E6. However, after the move rook D1, I'm threatening C5, which is, again, not easily met. And if I put the queen on C7, then after rook takes D6, queen takes D6, bishop takes C7, black has lost so much material that white has recovered basically everything. He has down the exchange, but has two pawns for it, which is sufficient. This is about equal. The key of this position is the counterintuitive move queen to D7. The point is that you're covering the E6 check. If bishop takes E7, then rook A8 pins the queen. This is all easy to find. The hard part to find is what do you do against C5? This is a little bit more difficult because after bishop takes C5, bishop takes E7, you don't have the rook E8 move. You have to realize that the move bishop takes F2 check, king H1, bishop takes E1, bishop takes F8 can be met with the move bishop takes C3. A lot of calculation in this position. And at the end, this bishop is covering the G7 square, which means there is no desperado sacrifice for this bishop on F8. And black does emerge up a pawn at the end of the variation. But you can see that there are some technical difficulties here that Aronian has to calculate that are not so trivial.
That is a beautiful variation.
Technical difficulties, but, well, Aronian's a great calculator, and I'm hoping that he's able to find it. He's also known as one of the most adventurous players on board. And, in fact, Maurice Ashley did catch up with Levon Aronian before the start of the tournament. Let's see what they spoke about.
Your play has picked up of late. You're kind of trending once more to your old form about becoming #2 player in the world. How important is it for you to win the London Chess Classic?
I have never won here, and that's what I want to do. This is a very important event, so, you know, it's a good chance to kind of finish the year on a positive note and to build up from that. So I'll try to make this tournament a special one for me.
People have been talking about the 20-year-olds and even the teenagers being the rightful challengers to Magnus Carlsen. How do you feel right now about your chances of maybe one day getting the World Championship title?
I have many examples of people who worked hard and continuously never gave up, and friends of mine included, so I just work. I love to play chess. I love to be in this wonderful tournaments, so I will do my best.
Levon
One of the
Aronian
most-
loves to play chess. Well, that is a prerequisite.
Yeah, one of the most well-liked players on the tour, Levon Aronian, and he is in striking distance and maybe opportunity in this round. What a round we're having, the rest day. You can
Absolutely
just see.
crazy.
Let's
Talking
take-
about striking distance, yes, let's take a look at the current standing. Wesley So leads at the moment with 3.5, but right behind Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladimir Kramnik, and we've got fire all across the board out of the opening. Really, anything can happen in this round. The results can change tremendously. And while seeing the openings, we are going to be back soon after this short break, but I'm almost sad to take this break, yes.
Me too, Tanya. We'll see you at the end of the break.
You know, honestly, I don't.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
And welcome back. We are in the middle of an explosive round 6. What a start we've had. And yes, I want to jump straight into the Vichy game because some absolute crazy developments in that one.
For sure. It's again, the round has been a chess lover's delight. Excitement across the entire table. All 5 boards, really combative chess. After this shocker of a move, b2, b4, attacking this knight on c5, but thrusting the structure that's protecting his king forwards, b2, b4, driving the knight back, knight d7. We had talked about knight e5, f4, rook d8, but knight d7 was Anish's choice. And then a shocking development, knight takes b5, sacrificing a piece by Vichy. I'm not sure I fully understand the concept behind this move. I thought his follow-up was intended to be h4, h5, and going for the attack along the g-file was White's idea. No, Vichy sacrificed a piece, and this struck me as wrong. But let's see what has happened. A takes b5, knight takes b5. The queen just drops back to the c8 square, and Vichy needs a follow-up, and it's not that obvious to me. It seems like he's gone knight takes d6, so that is his 3rd pawn, which is always very nice. But at the end of the day, queen takes d6, either rook d8 or even the simple knight e5, with the idea of bringing the, White took some serious risks in advancing his pawns. Queen c3 is on tap with the idea of going after the a3 pawn. The f3 pawn is hanging. But also rook d8 is a very solid reaction as well.
I want to go knight de5 next. I'm
gaining
struggling to see Vichy's full compensation here.
As am I. It just looks like this is not the position that White wanted when he went g5 and h4 and rook g1. Alejandro,
explain it
to us if you can.
I can't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the computer is agreeing with what all 3 of us are thinking, that in this kind of positions, the sacrifice is just not enough. Normally, you do this kind of sacrifices, and this is a very typical idea in the knight erf, to take on b5 twice with the knights and then capture on d6, sacrificing one of the knights, but taking 3 pawns. Materially speaking, this is completely acceptable for an out. He has 3 pawns in his opponent's knight. He also has the pair of bishops, which is kind of important. And if you can force an endgame, this is really good for White. These pawns usually just roll forward. The bishops support them very well. The knights don't have that many anchor squares. All of that is fine and great. But this is not an endgame. The queens are going to be on the board for a very long time. There is no way you can force the trade of this queen for that queen. And in this case, the initiative is what really matters. And because you have blasted open the queen side, clearly it's black that has the initiative in this position. Your simple move, rook d8, seems to be the best. Now, there's a couple of plans here for Vichy, and I suspect his idea was to put the bishop on f4, threatening something along the lines of queen c7. But even in this case, after simply e5, there are ideas of knight takes b4 already. Knight de5 can be played. It's just not enough in this position. I think Vichy has overestimated his chances in the situation. I think it's Giri that has the lead, but of course, when you're playing this kind of scenarios with either color, it just doesn't matter what the computer is saying. It's incredibly complicated. It's very sharp. Every single move could lead to disaster, because as soon as White gets a little hold of the position and exchanges queens, the tables turn completely. Imagine that happens. We won't be talking about black equalizing. We're talking about White just being flat out much better.
Thank you. And we'll go to Maurice in London for his thoughts. Maurice.
Well, it's not every day you see grandmasters going crazy, and you go to the VIP room where you have just a slew of grandmasters looking at these positions, and they're all just beside themselves watching all these great games. First of all, 4 of the games have featured sacrifices. How often does that happen? 4 of the 5 games have featured sacrifices, and in a 5th game, we may see a temporary sacrifice happen right now. Let's just quickly go, though, to this one. Everyone had their eyes trained on this game, and they're all fully disappointed in the fact that Fabi did not find the move. Knight takes d6 in this position, as you mentioned, and this beautiful collinear move that John Nunn calls it, moving along the same line as this piece. Dr. John Nunn in attendance as well, the mathematician. He loves this move, Bishop f5, saying this is just a gorgeous chess move, and they were all just praying that this was played, and when the move instead rook takes on d6 was played in this position here, is almost an audible gasp of disgust that the move was not played. The other line was not played. They're just not happy with Fabi at all. Everybody's shoulders slumped, particularly IM Lawrence Trent, who's a good buddy of Fabiano. So this variation leads to another type of chess. Apparently the only move to keep an advantage is bishop to e3, and of course it's a completely different kind of line. Another opening I'd like to look at is this one right here. I was talking about the fifth potential sacrifice. Michael Adams opening up a file here. There is the opportunity after bishop to b1, asking the rook, what the heck are you doing there? Suddenly, this temporary sacrifice of the exchange with bishop to a3, not as spectacular as the other ones, of course, but certainly going into lines that should be comfortable for black. But an exciting day here. So many sacrifices in the sixth round of the London Chess Classic. Really amazing, amazing round. And we still have no idea what is going to happen. So let's keep our eyes trained. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And it seems like a couple of the boards, we've had some disappointing follow-throughs after scintillating play. I just wanted to go to that game between Levon Aronian and Maxime MVL. It was this fantastic move, Queen D7, that would have netted black Levon a nice advantage. Earlier, Alejandro explained the differences. Rook F7, when you don't see this whole line of Queen D7, Rook F7 is your secondary move, and in a blitz game you play Rook F7, but it was not enough for Levon to have an advantage because of this exchange sacrifice mentioned a long time ago. Bishop takes E7, Queen went to D2, Bishop dropped back to C5, protecting this pawn on F2, and now I believe it's Levon to play. Did he capture the pawn on B2 or not? I'm not sure. Just by looking at the webcam I can see that. But anyway, a secondary move, and we're talking about that secondary move by Fabi. H7, H6. Okay, with two pawns for the exchange, MVL definitely out of danger. Levon missing a better opportunity. That Fabi game, though, that was the game that everybody was disappointed about. Rook takes d6, followed bishop e6. Maurice was mentioning bishop e3 as the move to keep an advantage. To my eyes, that's not the move I would want to play if I was in white shoes. The move that I find attractive is bishop c5, trying to keep that black king in the center. I suspect that there might even be a move like castles, which would be quite a shockier move. But bishop e3 is not the first move that comes to my mind. Tanya.
I have to say, yes, we're talking about these players taking secondary best options in the position, but you know
these latest moves, yes.
Yes, the last few moves, but one has to understand that it's one thing to see the best move with an engine, and another thing to come up with it with your own brain.
Absolutely.
And when you're playing, there are so many different aspects of the position and what you're feeling comfortable with. I mean, Rook d6 might not be as strong as Knight d6, but I still think it keeps the pressure on black going, and I still think it's easier to play with white.
Yes.
Despite being low on material, I mean, white's pieces are looking so dominating there.
Right.
Going back to Aronian's decision of not playing Queen d7, I again see that as a very human decision to make. Rook f7 just comes so naturally. You know,
yes.
because initially how we think we want to move this queen away from the pin. So is it going to be d7 or c7? You always, or even b6 if you're allowed.
Right.
You don't put the queen on d7 because you're worried about moves like rook d1 then.
Yes.
Rook f7 comes so naturally to you. And going to this last position, I still think that black has got some chances going, because let's not forget that white's pawn structure on the queen side doesn't really give that extra pawn feeling. Yeah. I would say that we were looking at this position before, bishop c5, and if white could go rook e2, but that clearly runs into, over here, rook e2 probably runs into queen c1, I guess.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you come back, you have to go king here, and maybe you don't want to go into this endgame after queen f4, or, yes, or rook e8.
Pinning the bishop.
Pinning the bishop, which is
more concerning.
Yes, which is more concerning, absolutely.
So that was why bishop c5 right away, to protect the pawn on f2 and avoid walking into this pin. Now, since Levon did not capture this pawn on b2 but went h7, h6 instead. I must say, I've always liked a bishop and 2 pawns as a full compensation against a rook. I like playing with the minor piece and a very strong one. And in this particular case, this bishop, very important. Botvinnik oftentimes would say it needs an anchor square in the center, and it's got a beautiful one on the d4 square. I think 3 results are possible now. Before I preferred Levon's position. Here, I think that MVL...
He has gone for Queen E2, though, in this position.
Right. He's not afraid of any endings with this great bishop on d4.
No, it is, I think, quite important that this b2 pawn be saved if it can be.
Of course. Of course. I mean, it's a pawn, and...
Which brings us to the point that it could not have been taken in the move earlier because of Queen E8.
Oh, let me just make sure I get that and show that to our
audience.
audience.
Runs into Queen E8.
Queen E8 check.
And now Rook F8 is forced because maybe you just want to have Rook E8, Rook E8 on the board.
I cannot capture this queen because I'm falling right instantly into a checkmate position. Rook takes F8, and thanks to this bishop on C5 supporting my rook, it is checkmate. So Rook E8, pardon me, Queen E8 check would have to have been met by Rook F7, F8.
And at least you have Queen E6 now.
Which is now at least a draw by repetition. And Levon said, okay.
No draw just yet.
No draw just yet. H7, H6, Queen E2, the dangerous pass for MVL. Let's go to back to that game of Vishy Anand. Well, again, all across the board, all kinds of very, very sharp games going on here. Rook D8, the computer's recommended first choice by Anish Giri, and now Vishy Anand, having sacrificed a piece, is facing a lot of challenges because his king is the one that's vulnerable in this move. Knight to E5, Knight D7, E5 is on tap, as is the other knight coming to E5. Maybe Bishop F4 was Vishy's idea, but boy, you're really just encouraging all of these moves. E6, E5, Bishop would have to come back to E3. Moves like Knight D4, moves like Knight E6, attacking the queen. Actually, Knight E6, Knight F8, and Knight E6. This is looking really good for black. I tell you, Vishy is suddenly going to be placed on the back foot here. I can imagine him playing a move like Bishop E2, but it's not the move that you want as a follow-up to a piece sacrifice, is it?
Yeah,
Alejandro, crazy games. This is an exciting round.
And let's not forget about our tournament leader, Wesley Saul. Let's take a look at his game, as we have quite a few updates. We were leaving it here with Topalov playing the move D4 in the center, saying you're attacking here on the king side. I'm going to counterattack on the center of the board. Pawn takes D4. He took with the knight, which makes a lot of sense, as the queen is now open on H5. Pawn takes d4 was obviously not the only choice, but this is actually very dangerous for black. It is possible for black to take on d4, and after the move h4, bishop back, take a pawn, and white is currently down a pawn, but he has plenty of compensation. You can imagine the queen coming to h5, the knight going to f3. Lots of problems here with the overexpanded king side. Black might even take another pawn on b2. Will he live to tell the tale? We'll never know. This would have been a fascinating continuation, but Wesley wants to play g4, the aggression on his own side. Pawn takes g4, and here Topalov said, you want to be aggressive? I'll be aggressive. Knight c6, pawn takes, and e5, blasting open the center. Now, I was looking at this position, and I'm going to explain it to you the way I notice, and I would think during a game. d5 is what I think is most logical to keep this part of the game closed. Bishop d3, I think, is also most logical, as the bishop is retreating into a very open diagonal, not into a diagonal that I cannot open anymore. After f5, I thought pawn takes f6 might be already completely forced, as knight g5, e6 might be a threat. Queen takes f6, and I thought black's doing great. The knight's coming to g5, there's severe pressure on f2, king on g1 feels very uncomfortable. The pawns here don't really matter. It's the initiative that black has, and I think black stands a lot better. The computer says, you're a fool. White is by far the preference of the computer, which I can really understand. It's saying clear advantage to the white side after the move queen c2 attacking the knight. The knight comes out, rook a1. It favors the chances of the attack of the rook on the e-file, and it says white is clearly better. You can see that it's very difficult to evaluate this kind of positions. I like black visually. The computers are saying, no, senor. Well, we go to London with Maurice Ashley and more insights on this game.
A couple of points, in fact. First of all, this game, the GMs here don't care about the computer at all, as you can well imagine. We got some of the old school GMs. I mentioned Dr. John Nunn. Also, you have one, John Spielman, who has never been afraid to play crazy attacks and quirky games for sure. This position, they did not like the move E5 at all. After D5, the move bishop to D3. And now Spielman, came up with this move, queen to G5, the point being after queen C2. When this was played, Julian Hassan is the one who's doing the live commentary in there, and he's the one in control of the mouse. And Spielman said, I want to see what happens after I move my king, G7. I said, whoa, what's up? You want to give away this knight? He said, sure, no problem. I want to play this move here, attacking, and this is just brute chess. You move your bishop, you get mated. Queen moving over to H5. The mate along this line is already terrific, and the game is just busted for white. So this line, they don't like to move D5 at all, E5 at all because of D5, and they feel like the attack is working. I'm sure that there are a couple of variations here. But this move, this game is the one that kept our interest, has kept our interest so far until Fabiano missed the opportunity to take on D6. And I noticed something that I remembered before, I've seen happen a lot. In this position here, after the move knight to F5, I remember watching one particular game, it was a long time ago, good friend and two-time U.S. champion Patrick Wolf got into a position against a player who was a 2,400 player, weaker than he was, but a strong player nevertheless. He blitzed out all these opening moves, and I was sitting next to them playing. Well, the two of them are blitzing out moves. They went up to move 21, 22, and I'm just like amazed at how many moves are going so fast. And then Patrick made a move, and his opponent froze and spent a long time thinking, made a move, and Patrick hit him with another move. And within about 5 or 6 moves, the game was over. And I went up to Patrick afterwards, I said, wow, you guys really blitzed out the moves. What went on there? And Patrick said, the guy didn't know the opening. And it was 20-plus moves in that his opponent had played just pure book, but didn't know what to do in just one position that cost him. Now, I thought of that as the difference between grandmaster and weaker player. Here you see, Nakamura blitzed out all these moves. He blitzed all the way to this point until the move knight F5. This is a move he clearly had not considered. He spent a long time thinking about it, and finally he played a move that's just virtually losing. I mean, this move is terrible by the computer standards. Now, knight takes, queen takes. This is simply one move later, and all Fabi has to do is play knight takes D6, and he's completely winning. In huge position, at least, if he finds bishop F5. Just one move later, instead he plays this move, rook takes D6. Both of them in deep, deep preparation, just to show you how difficult chess is. 2 moves in, and both of them have made howlers of mistakes, relatively speaking, in the position. Now white has really no advantage. The GM seem to believe that this is the move, after bishop to E6, that this move is what Fabi wanted to play, and they think that he simply forgot about this move, castles, like just forgot that it was playable, because this upends the evaluation. White still has an edge here. I kind of believe it, find it hard to believe he forgot, but Dr. John Nunn, no less alike than he did, actually did forget that black had castle in this position. So chess continues to be incredibly rich. No matter how much you prepare, it's so humbling, you still can make atrocious mistakes.
Thank you, Maurice. Sharp positions. And again, going to our tournament leader for just a second, this game of Wesley. So I'm with Jonathan Spielman all the way here. Old school for me is old school. What can I tell you? Bishop, after this move, E5, D5, bishop D3. Always, always, always realize what are the open files. And that open H file, the move queen G5, is absolutely suggestive, as is queen c2, king g7. This is brutal chess. This is just slapping down rook h8, queen h5, checkmate white on the h file. That looks really compelling to me. Crazily enough, it doesn't mean the game is over, and probably you should not be capturing the knight. Something like rook e1, rook h8, knight f1, queen h5, knight f2 as a way knight h2, pardon me, is a way for white to make a stand and just say, okay, I'm not going to let you checkmate me down the h-file. You got to come up with something else. And this is, again, a double-edged position, but I love optically black. It seems to me, you know, like after moves like knight g5, black, it's a scary position to have to defend, but probably the cold-blooded silicon monster will say, yeah, you can just defend the position. A very, very sharp, enterprising game going on there with our tournament leaders. And we haven't played...
Before we move ahead
Yes.
from this one, Yasser, I've
Please.
got so many questions from the position before that just come into your mind straight away. If you just go a few moves back.
Okay, this is the current position. We're expecting
yes,
d6, d5.
And then queen g5 and these attacking ideas and motives that we saw along the h-file.
Right.
But if we just go a few minutes, just
Few
another
moves,
move.
Queen c2, king g7, yes?
No, just back when Wesley went g4, in fact.
Oh, even before this
Yes.
moment. I see.
And I look at this position, and here we had g4 on the board.
Yes.
And I've got a question for Alejandro here. Couldn't white just, I mean, after white took hg4, which happened on the board, couldn't black just go for knight d4, cd4, bishop g4, bishop d4 to just take this pawn? I mean, just keeping everything safe. And no, first bishop g4, I'm
takes
thinking.
G4, yes, bishop takes
Because
G4.
I don't want to give gh5 options, so I want to take on g4, attacking your queen.
I think in this
Bishop
particular
E2 maybe?
no, in this particular case, there's knight f3, which actually does defend d4.
But then I've got this move queen f6, right?
Yes.
But maybe,
And
yes, you can go bishop e2 instead of knight f3.
that's also possible. Bishop e2, blocking the attack against the queen. And by the way, that is a black king that doesn't have a lot of defenders at the moment. So that was probably
Why he didn't take bishop on g4.
Exactly.
So we had this move hg4, and now knight c6.
Now that move, by the way, knight c6, that wasn't intuitively obvious to me. A more compelling choice from my point of view is to play the move knight d4 to f5, because I would love, of course, to play queen takes g4 and take over the initiative on the king side. So this was a surprise, as was this move, e5. And now this is the current position.
Yes, and I again want us to go back because...
Okay.
So I see that after knight... One more move, yes?
One more.
So over here, we see that after knight d4, cd4, bishop g4 doesn't work. But then that brings me to my other question, that instead of g4, wasn't black simply winning a pawn in this moment if he goes knight d4,
Yes, this was
cd4, and h4, just to take away the queen h5 ideas?
Yes.
And then if I just capture on d4, I mean, I maintain my pawns in front of my king.
Alejandro had mentioned this line, and he had continued it, queen h5, even inviting a second pawn capture.
Okay.
But from White's point of view, once he's got his queen on h5, it's both offensive and defensively minded. Black is not picking up the attack, and with this move, knight f3, Veselin Topalov could conceivably get the initiative back. And thus far, both players have been fighting tooth and nail for, you know, who's got the initiative.
Right.
And Veselin was ready to sacrifice a pawn.
Well, let's go to Maurice. He's got Chris with him.
We are with the Grandmaster Chris Ward, who's written books on the dragon, who knows a thing or two about attacking a king, about sacrificing. And Chris, we've seen in this round now all 5 games, now that Mickey Adams has sacrificed on b2 as well, have seen sacrifices. This is like barn burner chess. Usually at the top level, you see those Berlins and we go to sleep. Now it's just like crazy fire everywhere.
Oh, Maurice, you would not believe the London audiences get absolutely crazy today. If you're watching at home doing anything else, stop doing it. Watch this day. This is absolutely, truly amazing chess. It's like Christmas has come early. Not too early, obviously. But here's the situation. We have got Vichy and Anand. Oh, my word. And we have got this amazing game here, first of all. Everyone's seen this game. The Queen was sacrificed for 2 pieces. A dominating position. But is it going horribly wrong at this stage here?
Are you surprised that that Fabi didn't go for the crazy line. Well, not so crazy dominating line. Knight takes on d6.
Yeah, he could have taken on d6 and then played that cool as a cucumber move, bishop f5. Maybe not easy to see, but surely if he'd seen it, he would have played it. Such tremendous preparation. And as has been pointed out, they both knew the position up until move 20, perhaps, probably, and they've only got to move 24. Already they've made almost a double blunder has been made in this game. Could have swung one way, could he going to swing back the other way. An amazing game. The people here in London absolutely love this. And also, when we're doing the London commentary, we don't always use the engines, but we don't always see eye to eye with computers, of course. But, you know, they can't, they've still got a little bit to learn. We think maybe South Sudan, things like that. Chess, of course, they're always right. And we're pleased to see we are in agreement with these assessments when we work out. The audience having a great time calculating, working through these variations. What a fun, brilliant day of chess. And these are just two of the games we've mentioned.
And the other Grandmasters, we should note, is not just the average audience. Yeah. The top GMs in the other room are also loving these lines. Let's take a look at that game you mentioned, the Anand Giri game. And this one has got to be a disappointment for Anand. How did he sacrifice like this?
Do you know what?
And now he's even advancing his past pawns. I mean, his king is completely exposed.
I'll give you don't ask him today when he's going to retire, because this would not be a good time to ask that question. I tell you what, literally, this is crazy chess. We see this game, and elsewhere we've seen the other game where king pawns have been advanced around the king. We're told, don't go pushing your pawns around the king. It's going to end up horribly. I think this is going to end up horribly. I mean, let's just see, in the cold light of day, what exactly has taken place here. A little combination. Knight takes b5. Let's pick up not one, not two.
Let's go right back to that right here.
Yeah. So look at this. And as a result of this, it means, of course, that he's able to win a third pawn. That's 3 connected passed pawns for just one piece. Swap off the queen, swap off some rooks, swap off a couple of pieces. Wonderful.
Yeah, you wish.
Potentially 3 new queens. That's not going to happen. Not only has he moved pawns around his king position here, where's the defenders? Where have they gone? They're over here. What about White's attack? G4, G5, H4. No, not much going on that side of the ball. Now queen, oh my word, the queen is in the firing line of this rook here. B5.
That seems incredible.
Is this some sort of joke?
Such a move. This move in this position, the engines are not happy with the move knight to D to E5, attacking the queen. You know, it's funny, you reminded me of this question of asking him about retiring, because it was one Anish Giri joking yesterday who said, when is he going to retire? He's an ageless wonder, and now they play. That's 2 days ago,
whatever you do, don't
now
say, Anish wants us to ask, when are you going to retire? Don't say that, whatever you do here. That will be pure song.
You know what? Whenever you tell me not to do something, I usually
I know. That's
so I might figure out how to sneak that into the interview at some point. Maybe I'll ask Anish that if he asked that with Vichy before the game. I doubt he did.
Just to put him off. Well, I mean, it's as though Vichy said, you young upstart, what are you talking about? I'm going to get some new queens here. What on earth? Look at this. All of these pieces could potentially join in the attack. That king is living a charmed life already, and they haven't even entered his half of the board.
Incredible. These two certainly are fiery games, but the other ones are great as well. Thank you, Chris. I know you got to go back to the live audience. Grandmaster Chris Ward, always entertaining. If you have a chance to come down to the Olympus Center, join him and International Master Lawrence Trent as they regale the audience with their great insights. Guys,
thank you, Maurice and Chris.
Very interesting, that story about Anish asking Vichy when is he going to retire, and well, Vichy firing right back that he's going to try to outlast Anish.
Exactly. Well, Chris certainly brings a special enthusiasm. You can see why he's very popular with the London audience. He almost broke our satellite feed during that interview. Well, indeed, we've got fire on board in every position. Ladies' choice, Tanya, where would you like to go?
The Fabiano position is extremely interesting because I feel it is so... Yeah. You know, we don't understand this often enough, that how for a queen you can just have 2 pieces and still have enough compensation. Yes, Fabiano missed knight d6, but I think the simple explanation for that, we're probably going to get a confirmation or not from him later on, is that he missed the move bishop f5. We were talking about this move after king f8 and how bishop f5 is such a beautiful move, but it's very easy for a human to not be able to come up with the move bishop f5.
True.
And you know, you've got your knight on f5, you want to keep it there, rook d6, but very interesting thing that to believe that a player of Fabiano's level could just forget about short castling.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I also understand what was going on in Fabi's mind when he decided with the blow rook takes d6. First of all, after bishop e6, look, the bishop on e6, the queen on f6, most especially the queen on f6 is a kind of in a little box,
yes,
so to speak. It's trapped. He's thinking to himself, boy, if I got this game on tap, I'm playing my rook over to d1. I've got ideas of maybe even throwing in bishop a7 because you want to keep this d8 square. I've got ideas of bishop c5, bishop, all moves with the dark square bishop, bishop e3, bishop c5, bishop b6
idea, rook
to go to d8. And meantime, what are you doing over here? Your queen is literally trapped, so to speak. But I think it's this move castles that is really, in a sense, turning the tables. Once this king gets into a safety position, like on h7, then black can turn his attention and say, look, I'm going to play rook b4, and I'm going to make sure on the queen side your e4 pawn is hanging. You've got to do something after this move castles.
Or even maybe rook d8, you want to exchange off the rooks?
Pardon me, you mean after castle?
After shot castle.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, how would white continue after shot castle to keep the game going? Is bishop e3 with the idea of attacking the h6 pawn
Absolutely.
something that
Bishop
comes to
e3 with the idea of bishop takes h6, bishop g5. There's a lot of things happening in this position. Alejandro, crazy game. What a brilliant round for ourselves.
And we have to remember, guys, that Fabiano's down a queen. So he needs to be very careful with how he plays. If black is able to consolidate, eventually a queen will easily beat two minor pieces, no matter how good they are. So in this kind of scenarios, you have to be very careful. After castle, I think that Fabiano has a very specific idea in mind, and it's the move h5.
Wow.
The point of the move h5 is to follow it up with bishop h4, and the queen will be forced to retreat all the way to the h8 square. Notice that here the move queen g5 check is not possible because of bishop e3. You cannot capture my bishop because knight takes h6 is a fork in which afterwards you're losing. So you are actually forced to go with the queen to h8, which seems very uncomfortable here for the black pieces. A couple of scenarios in which he can try to survive. Rook takes b4 is one of them, and the idea is that after bishop h4, I think putting the queen on h8 is just absolute death, so you have to take on f5, sacrificing the material back. A very common defensive motif is that when you're up material, you give it back to reduce the tension. In this case, after bishop takes f5, you have no choice really but to take on f6, either with the rook or the bishop, and after bishop takes g4, even though this looks very scary, the point of rook takes b4 was not just to take a pawn, but that on the pin here on rook g1, I have the saving grace. Rook takes e4 and the bishop is defended. However, after rook takes a6, I still would prefer to be in white's shoes. You can see that the king here is quite weak. It becomes a very double-edged endgame with two connected passed pawns against two connected passed pawns. But with the additional resource for white that I have an attack against the king, I think that white is definitely to be preferred in this position. After the move h5, there's also the possibility of simply continuing development with rook fe8 and indeed put the queen on h8, saying I'm surviving, kind of. Bishop h4, for example. Queen h8, and now you could play knight e7 check, or you could continue the pressure. Knight e7 simplifies into some sort of kind of drawish endgame after, for example, knight e7, rook takes e7, bishop takes e7, and again, the idea of simplifying the position by giving back material. Bishop takes g4, rook d8 check, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, king to h7, sorry, king g7, bishop f6, rook takes, king takes, and the engines are saying that this position is close to a draw because of the opposite color bishops. I am not totally convinced. I think that white does have some winning chances in this position. I don't see why it's as easy as the computers are saying, but that's not the only way of playing. Once I kick out your queen to h8, Fabio might just say, you have no moves in this position. Let me just play c3, continue the pressure, force Hikaru to find some kind of constructive plan. Try to even go into one of those endgames with knight e7 in just a much superior manner. I see that Hikaru has indeed castle short, and I think that Fabiano has to find the move h5 to keep the pressure. If he doesn't find that, he might try something like bishop e3, but I don't think it's nearly as convincing. If he wants to really keep the pressure, he has to play the move h5. And of course, we have excitement all around. Maurice Ashley is analyzing the game between Veselin Topalov and Wesley So.
Actually, the game I'm looking at is the game between Anand and Giri, and this position is very, very sharp. But how many sacrifices have happened in this round already? I mean, every single game has seen a sacrifice. Anand himself sacrificed a piece for 3 pawns in this position, and he played b5, expecting this knight from c6 to potentially move. Well, he had to look at this move, knight to e5, Knight D-E5, Queen C5 was played, and hey, your knight's hanging. What are you going to do about it? This knight is hanging, and Giri said, wait, let's first trade on this square, and time to sacrifice again. Knight takes on F3. It's his turn to sacrifice. Has everyone in this round actually sacrificed? Like each one? No, I don't think so. So far, it's been one-sided most of the games. But in this game, it's both sides now have sacrificed. With knight takes F3, and Anand is frozen on this particular move. Knight takes on F3. The knight is hanging. Now, let's take a look at how crazy this position could get. B takes on C6 right now. And now the move bishop takes on C6 is playable. The rook is hanging in this position. Now, as far as white is concerned, white could play the move rook to G3, but would potentially have to face a move like check. The Indians give this check over queen D7 for some reason. And if king to E2 in this position, bishop takes E4. And if you take on F3 now, it looks like you're going to get 2 pieces of the rook. Well, oops, excuse me. I'm coming into your position down here on this square. Also the threat of bishop takes F3, king takes, and rook takes on F1. Big problems for white if he gets greedy. So what, of course, the theme of the round, if after this move, queen D8 check, if it's clear, sorry, after bishop takes C6, if it's clear that that line is too aggressive, what should white be doing in this game? Sacrificing, of course. In this position, the Indians prefer the move bishop to D3, saying, go ahead, you can have at least an exchange back. And this line looks attractive, takes, and this check. But after king up, white is saying, you know, after this bishop, you can't take it. My queen is ready. The bishop is ready to go to the D4 square. And this is not so easy. It's not easy to exploit the king position as it can nestle in on the square C3. And it's a sharp game. Very confusing. Of course, the Indians do like black for the material advantage, but still a position that is playable. And this is a good line for black maybe to go into, although Giri might realize that he doesn't have any crystal clear knockout blow. Sacrifices abounding everywhere, and we can anticipate that there are more sacrifices to come still. Just simply an absorbing, scintillating round. Amazing chess being played here in London.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'm just looking at their head-to-head score against each other. Vishy and Giri, well, they've played 15 times, and guess what? He has 13 draws.
13 draws.
And 0-1 for Anish Giri. And well, the way things are going, it looks like that lead is going to be even increased. Potentially increased. And well, like Maurice was saying, scintillating play all over the board. I mean, if this is what we get after a rest day, we should have a rest day every day.
Every day. Let me go to Alejandro because he's got more action going on all over the tables. Alejandro.
Wrestling Topalov, guys. It does seems he cannot catch a break, and I cannot understand his last move whatsoever. He has just played the move bishop e2. We didn't like the move e5 very much, neither here nor in England, but after e5, d5, we were thinking, okay, you retreat the bishop to d3, it's the most obvious diagonal, still very complicated, and those lines where you were showing the knight coming to h2, I was starting to convince the computer that I liked black. The computer was saying, well, maybe you're actually right. But the move that Topalov chose, I think, is just so bad. He played bishop e2, begging black to play queen g5, which, of course, Wesley has done. And in this position, I'm going to follow it up with f5 on the next move. I don't understand why you have a bishop on e2 and a queen on d1 attacking a pawn that I'm not going to be able to take. And the bishop on e2 is clearly in the way of a rook coming to e1, especially when this file is open. I don't see any good follow-up for Topalov, and f5 is a huge threat in this position, after which I'm going to be able to take actually with the knight or with the rook. Either way, it seems like white's position, to me, is just crumbling.
Wow, big development there, bishop e2.
In big trouble again. We've seen this from Westland many times in this event, that he goes for these unpredictable positions which look completely double-edged and promising a lot of play, but then suddenly just collapses and makes a horrible move that doesn't change the evaluation slightly, but in a big way, dramatically.
Exactly. Well, yes, he hasn't been able to catch a break. Alejandro pegged it right away with that comment. Just, you know, he's sputtering, he's backfiring, misfiring on key moments, and this appears to be one of them as well. Alejandro, back to you.
A couple of quick moves were actually played in the very sharp Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura game, and after castles, Fabi did play the move h5, which I consider to be the most dangerous. And honestly, some of the variations that I was showing you seem pretty inhuman, simply because the queen sometimes stuck in the bottom of the board. That endgame that I showed you, to me, was very unclear. Even if the computer said it was a draw, I didn't actually think it was a draw. I thought it was very difficult to evaluate. Nakamura wants none of that. He decided to play the move queen g5 check, bishop e3, and the queen has retreated back to f6. Of course, you would not expect Fabiano here to retreat to f2 and take a draw, but he has a couple of ways of continuing. The most obvious to me is to take with the knight on h6 check. You cannot do anything but play the move king h8. For example, if you put the king on h7, then bishop f5 check is just a free and decisive tempo, as you cannot capture this bishop, so the king has to go to h8. And now a couple of ideas again. I could play bishop f5 and just try to restrict your pieces. By putting the bishop here, the queen still doesn't have great squares, and there's no easy way of trading any material. For example, you would like to just play rook fd8, but then the tricks after knight takes f7 will cost you that rook on d8. You can't actually do that, which means you have to find some kind of moves. They're super awkward. The computer says things that I would never think of. For example, after rook f8 and rook g1, it's considered something like rook bc8, and I'm just thinking, are you seriously not worried about getting checkmated on the king side? The computer's very strange type of chess in this position. I personally love the move bishop a5. I think it restricts black a little bit too much. I would be very surprised it's not winning for the white side. After bishop f5, I like white, but it's not the only way. You could also take on f7 check directly. You cannot take with the bishop because the queen is hanging. You just lose the tempo if you take with the queen, so you might as well take with the rook. Bishop takes e6, and there's a very exposed king. It seems like there's too many threats against black's pieces. There's a saving grace. Queen f3, and apparently there's no exact way to maneuver the bishops into a winning situation. Again, the computer is very cold-blooded. As a human, I think that after knight takes h6, I must be crushing my opponent.
Absolutely, Arlie. I definitely share that sentiment. I mean, I'm looking at what Hikaru did. Queen g5 check, bishop e3, queen has to go back to the original square. Thank you very much. I've improved my position with gain of tempo. I must say, I would feel if I was in white shoes that I've got this game virtually in the bag. After bishop e3, and there's Fabiano just kind of rubbing his chinny chin chin. This looks great. Tanya, this looks really great for Fabiano. Maybe this could be the game of the tournament. It's really shaping up as a beauty.
Yeah.
Queen sacrifices are beloved by all chess players. Sacrificing our queen and dominating the opponent's queen and king. Great stuff.
Love it. Well, absolutely. The London Chess Classic giving us the chills and the thrills. And who's the man behind it? Well, it's Malcolm Payne. He's the one who's made the London Chess Classic what it is, and he's also the man behind the iconic Chess in Schools program. We're going to take a short break, but you watch what happened when Malcolm caught up with Maurice Ashley in London.
We are with international master Malcolm Payne, the mastermind of this great event, the London Chess Classic. Malcolm, you're also the head of the Chess in Schools and Communities here.
Yes.
What does it feel like every year to put on such a grand event, so many kids in attendance? It must just be a wonderful feeling being a chess player yourself.
It is. It's wonderful because, if you like, it's the fulfillment of a dream. You know, for 20 years we had very little chess in schools activity. We had hundreds of schools that wanted to have chess, but there was no one to provide it. And so actually it's really just a dream come true, and it's very fulfilling to see thousands of children come and just have a fantastic time and enjoy chess and learn to love it like we do.
What made you do it in the first place? You said a fulfillment of a dream. What egged you on? This is a huge project that you decided to initiate.
Well, there's a story behind it, which is in 1986, I think it was. I got a phone call from a teacher in an area of London called Tower Hamlets, which at the time was the worst performing borough in the UK educationally, and they'd started to teach some children how to play chess and noticed they were getting some very interesting results, that children from all sorts of backgrounds were interacting, children who didn't speak English were suddenly being involved in an activity, but they weren't very strong players themselves. So they were looking for someone to come and take the children further. So I went along and found they had a few really talented players, but none of them spoke any English. So we did some chess with sign language, and gradually this sign language developed into English because they all started to learn the language, and we formed a team, and suddenly Tower Hamlets, this underperforming borough educationally, was the strongest borough in England for junior chess, and some of the children won British Junior Championships, national titles, all sorts of things. It was the most astonishing thing. And I was funded by a branch of government, but then unfortunately the government of the day abolished that branch of government and all the funding stopped, and I was unable to continue. But it was sort of 20 years on, I was always used to think about this, and I kept in touch with some of the children, some of whom went on to get really good jobs, went to really good schools on the strength of their chess. And so I always harbored this ambition, since I was in chess anyway, to see if I could maybe replicate this on a bigger scale. And then one day I had a stroke of luck, I managed to raise some money, and well, here we are.
That is an absolutely beautiful story, just to see all the impact that you've had. That's a great thing. Let's talk about the players in this tournament. You have gone beyond just kids chess. You have the world's elite here every single year. As a fan, what is it like to have Vishyanan and all these top players strolling around in a place that you've organized?
Well, it's a great joy, because not only did we not have very much junior chess, scholastic chess in this country, we hadn't had a really big tournament since, apart from the World Championship landing on our doorstep a couple of times, but aside from that, we hadn't had a really strong Grandmaster tournament after the demise of Hastings. Hastings is no longer, up to its former glory, if you like. We hadn't had a really big tournament in this country since, I think it was 1985. And the sponsor of the charity was quite keen on having a big tournament, and he said, well, maybe this would be a way to actually launch the charity. So I thought, a way to launch a charity, a way to bring chess into the public eye, a way to raise money for the charity. So we started the London Chess Classic.
That is fantastic. Well, we really appreciate you doing all the organizational work. As an organizer myself, I know how hard it is.
I'm not the only one. There's a big team out there.
Absolutely, but you are the brains behind it. Thank you so much, Malcolm. International Master Malcolm Payne, also the mastermind of the great London Chess Classic. It's people like this that make chess the game that it is, the hard work. Definitely, if you can send him an email, thank this guy to my right.
back to what is the most exciting round of the London Chess Classic. Fireworks all across the board.
Yeah, definitely a chess player's delight, and we're seeing some very big results occurring on our first board as our tournament leader Wesley So has got the Bulgarian Grandmaster Veselin Topalov in his sight. When it rains, it pours. When we left the position, we left it at these parts where we had been expecting d5 for some time. Everybody expected the move bishop d3, queen g5 with an advantage to black, we felt. The computer said, nah, white is actually the one in control after queen c2, followed by rook e1. Instead, Veselin played a move I don't think would have occurred to virtually anyone other than himself. He actually played the move bishop e2, which really does not make a great deal of sense. White is threatening to take the pawn on g4, so of course queen g5, bringing the pieces into play. The h-file is compelling, and in the face of black's obvious ideas of mating along the h-file, what did Veselin play? A4, a5, just behaving as if everything's fine. Well, what's the idea behind the move? Well, obviously rook a4 in order to attack this pawn on g4. But I think after the very simple, logical, direct f7, f5 with the threat of f4 crushing, pawn takes, knight takes, to my eyes, this looks like a beautiful position for our tournament leader, Wesley So. I'm not going to say he's being gifted a point, but he's being gifted a big advantage, Tanya.
A big advantage, and that would mean if Topalov goes down in this game, that's his 5th loss in the tournament.
Out of 6 games, it's shocking. I mean, it's almost a death spiral. If I was a trainer, manager, I want to throw in a towel and say, okay, stop. You know, this is getting too much.
And I have to say, I mean, you look at this position, bishop e2 shocks you, but a5, I mean, you're getting mated with king g7, rook h8, queen h5,
clearly.
And on h1, and then you go a5. I get it, the idea is probably to go rook a4, but f5 is just screaming to be played. And
exactly. And
I just don't see what white is doing. Do you want to go knight b3, knight d4 ideas?
I'm just
no idea.
looking at something like this, trying to save the day for Veselin Topalov based upon ideas of rook g4. But Tanya, I simply don't believe it. I think that the position after knight takes f6 is just very, very, very good for Wesley So.
Well, let's take a look at what that would mean for our standings. And this is a tournament situation as of now. Wesley So leads. Now, if he wins this game, that would be absolutely huge for him because it means that he would almost be uncatchable for the first spot in the Grand Chess Tour.
It all depending upon that game between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano. You're absolutely right. The only way Wesley doesn't win the Grand Chess Tour outright is if he finishes 4th or below in this event. But a victory today would give him give him the clear lead with 3 rounds to go. He would look virtually a lock to win the Grand Chess Tour 2016 title.
No, absolutely. And well, let's also take a look at what that means for our predictions.
And let's see.
Well, I had chosen, and this is in the order of how they would finish.
Right.
I had gone with Levon Aronian, who is up against MBL, but I have to say I'm not very happy with Levon's position today, and Wesley So how can I not be happy with that guy right now? And Vladimir Kramnik, super solid in this tournament. Except Levon's position right now, I'm pretty happy with the ones that I pick, yes. Right.
Well, I am too, kinda. I just want to see if Fabiano can reel in an enormous point. He currently is enjoying the advantage against Hikaru. Vladimir Kramnik, a game we haven't talked too much about because that's been a stodgy positional affair, and we've got fireworks tactics on all 4 of the tables. Maybe he can do something. I still had Wesley in my picks. Kind of regret that I don't have him higher up. Alejandro, defend your decisions.
No regret on this side of the board. Wesley So is crushing Topalov. I have no doubt he's going to win this game. I think between the fact that Topalov is playing terrible chess and his position is probably just completely lost, Wesley should win. I like that prediction. I like Fabi's game still against Hikaru Nakamura. He has a big advantage. I'm liking my 2nd place prediction. And well, Kramnik has a solid position there. Not much happening. If he draws, he will still be tied for 3rd. So Well, pretty happy as it is right now.
All right, and coming right to the board that has gotten our attention since the game actually began, Fabiano Caruana on the white side of a very promising queen sacrifice where he's given up his queen for 2 minor pieces. He's just played the move knight takes h6, grabbing a pawn, and after king h8. Earlier and before our break, one of the first things that came to my mind is I love the 2 bishops, of course, don't we all? And this bishop on e6 is being defended only by this pawn on f7.
So why not grab it?
So why not grab it? Undermine the support of the bishop. Rook knight takes f7 looks very compelling to my eyes. Rook takes f7, and now this crunchy looking move at least. Bishop takes e6. If you move the rook on f7, I'll just drop back with my bishop to f5, attacking your queen, chasing your king. This looks awful. Alejandro, before a break, said that it was a saving grace. The saving move, queen f3. I wanted to ask him about it. We went on break, but I really still, I'm looking at the position after bishop g5, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, isn't Hikaru just in dire straits? Well, the man with all the answers, Alejandro Ramirez.
Well, Yasser, before I begin trying to decipher this game, and of course I'm using the help of the engine, so this is a very difficult position to analyze for any human. I have to start with the fact that, well, I was talking to one of our analysts, WGM Tania Sachdev, and as she was mentioning, this is the 3rd game in this tournament. Hikaru's up a queen.
Ooh.
He actually managed to win
Factoid.
the previous ones against Vishy
Vishy.
Anand and Veselin Topalov. He's against the ropes here against Fabiano Caruana. So to further this line, knight takes f7 is definitely a move. I personally still like bishop f5 more, just keeping the tension. But knight f7 is definitely a good move. Here you have to think with the rook. We already mentioned that. Bishop takes e6, and of course I was mentioning the move queen f3. So kind of amazing the black's still in the game, and I'm going to show you why. After bishop g5, again, very difficult to find precise defenses. Queen g3 might be one way of doing it. The computer says rook g7 is even better than the move queen g3, and I'm going to follow up the line because Yasser, before you get a heart attack over there. Rook d8, rook g8. Only move to save the position. A beautiful resource. There's the point. Bishop takes g8, rook takes d8 actually guarantees the recovery of one of the bishops. If you take with the bishop, obviously this one's already hanging, and the queen should be enough to hold the resulting endgame. Of course, we're not talking about a black advantage in any single line. And if you take with the rook, then the point is that after queen h1 check, if king d2, queen g2 check picks up the bishop. If rook d1, queen takes h5, double attack on the bishops on g8 and g5. Miraculous. But you keep black in the game. All of this incredibly difficult to see for a human, especially such geometrical patterns, which to the computers is like nothing. To a human, it's very difficult to see all of this. I think after knight takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes e6, I would just be tempted as white to say, hey, there has to be something. I'll find it eventually. The computers haven't found anything super decisive just yet. After queen f3, bishop g5, they were saying rook g7, and rook d8 is still what they're thinking is the strongest continuation. I don't think it's super convincing, but I have failed to find anything better. I do think maybe we have to go from the very start and say perhaps the less greedy option of just keeping the tension, keeping the pieces alive is better, because after bishop f5, I still don't see how Hikaru is going to greatly improve his position. And you can imagine many of the threats that we've been talking about, like knight takes f7, are still definitely on the board.
Wow, thank you for that. I mean, sometimes you have to rein in your desires to grab that material. I must admit,
Knight f7 is so tempting.
I miss rook g7 to g8 blocking the check because I thought the bishop on e6 would just, wow, that's an amazing
resource
line.
in the position.
And Fabiano has played the move bishop f5, keeping the tension.
Beautiful move, beauty. That is just awesome. That is just fantastic. What a
I have
move.
to agree. I mean, knight f7 was so tempting with just the idea of grabbing on e6, but to play a cool move when you're a queen down,
Yeah.
and so much going on.
All of the tensions and the positions. Sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
what you're saying exactly.
Wow.
Yes, just playing it so cool.
That is great. No, I mean,
It brings
this
us to that point of how a threat is stronger than its
Yeah,
execution.
Yes, correct. Actually, that is his best line, you know, in all of his writings. We're talking about Aaron Nimzovich, of course. And that, you got to give the man credit, was a great quote. We'll go, take us to that game of our tournament leader, Alejandro, because there were, we have Maurice in London.
Actually, that is the game that I'd like to take a look at, Yaz, this game between Topalov and Wesley. So this position of Wesley's is so sweet. And, you know, it often happens when you're playing. I know it's happened to me. You start losing games and you stop being able to play like yourself. You're playing at a completely different level. You're losing games in all kinds of ways. To see Topalov right now, he is simply no longer himself. It's a phrase they call on tilt. It means you just can't lean back the other way, that the momentum is pushing you over and you simply cannot see moves and you're losing all kinds of embarrassing ways. And this one, very embarrassing, is the move King G7. I mean, take a look at Black's position. Black's bishop is on C8, Black's rook is on A8. You tell beginners, you know what, you should be developing your pieces. Wesley says, forget about developing pieces, expose king, all that. I'm going to just use this H file and mate you. And that's it. The engines are giving a full 4-point advantage to Wesley So in this position that is completely over. The psychology of play, I mean, it must just be unbelievable right now, unbearable to be a Vasily Topalov, who's probably going to stumble out of the world's top 20 after this game with 3 more rounds to go. You just want to throw in a towel and say, do I have to play any more rounds? I mean, 3 more rounds to still have to suffer. It's just really sad to watch this great player in these kind of dire straits as he tries to somehow play the moves that he's used to playing.
Thank you, Maurice. And that is really the problem. We mentioned it before. You know, in a tournament of this strength, with these elite great players, everybody's looking at one another and saying, where am I going to get my points? Am I going to get it from you? Am I going to get it from you? And they're sharks. They sense blood in the water, and there's Vasily Topalov just kind of shaking his head as he begins to realize that his whole concept with rook A4 and bishop E2 was deadly mistaken. And he, unfortunately, is in deep trouble, and it looks like Wesley So. This will be another victory, by the way, with the black pieces. And that's so huge at this level. Winning with black, I mean, that's how you win tournaments, actually.
Absolutely, yes. And for Wesleyan, I mean, this tournament is not ending soon enough. He is... this would be his fifth loss out of the 6 games. And let's not forget that at the Sinkfield Cup, he had a brilliant run.
Yeah, he tied
for first. He tied for second spot, right behind Wesley in the final standings. And talking about Wesley, I mean, this guy has such an incredible story behind him. I mean, he comes from Philippines, where he actually came from a very, very poor background and had to struggle a lot to even participate in tournaments. He came to the US not to play chess or to improve his chess career, but in fact to study, to get a university degree and hopefully get a good job.
He came to Webster University in the Susan Polgar program and led her team, the Webster team, to victory in the Pan Ams and the Collegiate Championships.
Right.
But then, when he won the Millionaire Tournament, that said, okay, let's turn professional.
I was just about to say that, you know, and then when he came to the U.S., he ended up with the Sanford Fellowship.
Yes.
And that has gone a long way in his career. And then winning the Millionaire Chess, I mean, it is only in 2015, actually, which is barely less than 2 years ago when the guy actually broke into the top elite scene, and there's been no looking back for him. He's been climbing. He's had a meteoric climb in the top level, and what an incredible year 2016 has been for him. He's at world number 4.
Right.
He's broken into the 2800 club. He finished last at the Grand Chess Tour in 2015, at the Sinkfield Cup in 2015, and this year he won the 2016 Sinkfield Cup. He's all set to win the Grand Chess Tour of 2016, and I mean, this is the story where it's, you know, started from the bottom and now he's here.
Exactly. I mean, again, you're just saying it. His progress has been as a meteorite. And there we look at the 2016 Grand Chess Tour point standings coming into this round. We see that Wesley has 30 at the moment, Levon Aronian 21.75, 21.5. And we've been talking about $150,000 bonus pool, but that big fight for third place as well.
Absolutely, and well, these are our standings, and well, I am just so impressed with Wesley's play throughout this event, and these are just our Grand Chess Tour standing, but even at London Chess Classic, he's leading the individual event with half-point, crushing Wesselin Topalov right now in a game where there's actually no turn-back moment for Wesselin.
Right. Well, unfortunately, the position virtually played itself. The move chosen by Wesley, by the way, was the move Rook F7, King G7, as Maurice mentioned, similar ideas. Essentially, the two major pieces, the Rook on F8, now on F7, and the Queen on G5, are about to double, create a battery along the H file and deliver a checkmate on the H1 square. And Wesselin Topalov is facing a threat that has no answer. Rook F7, it looks great.
I'm looking at
Wesley
Bishop D3 here, just trying to...
Well, yes, Bishop D3 is
But that should have been played before he went Bishop E2. I mean, Bishop D3 just made so much sense.
And after a move like Bishop D3, which would prevent Rook H7 if only temporary, now that the G4 pawn is no longer being harassed by Bishop, Queen, and Rook, Knight, H5, going after this Bishop on G3, which is a crucial defender of the F2 pawn. Let me just boldly point out the obvious, that a move like Bishop H2 walks into G3, and don't forget this Bishop on A7, a guided missile looking at the F2 pawn, that would be horrendous. That would be just...
I see no defense for white in this position against these ideas on whether it's King G7 or Rook F7. The whole thing is all you need is your battery down the H file, and it's very
game
hard.
Over.
It's game over, and
exactly.
Yeah, I don't think Wesselin is going to survive too long here.
Now, a game that also had very important ramifications for Levon Aronian. When we left it, remember, we were back here, actually. Let me just go back. We had just seen this move, Rook D8, Bishop D4, offering a trade of queens. Levon backed up his queen with Queen G5, Queen G4. Again, White is basically saying, look, I have a very good bishop and two pawns for my bishop. I'm willing to trade into an endgame, and that's what we saw, a trade of rooks. Now, Queen F5, basically saying, hey, I'd like to snack on a pawn over here.
Wait, so he's just sacrificing the A5 pawn? I thought Queen C7 looked quite normal in that position.
Ooh,
just to defend, I mean...
Queen C7 is a defending move. I'm not quite sure. Levon had a very...
interesting idea.
Well, no, a very specific one, I meant to say. Queen takes A5, Queen F7 with a double threat of a check on E1, followed by a check on F4.
Right.
Also, the move Queen F7 is harassing this pawn on C4, and then after King H2, check, G3, Queen F7, King G2. This is our current position. This is very strange, because that's 3 pawns for the exchange.
But Rook E1 just threatens Queen F3 next, so it's got a strong threat with it. And I mean, the whole idea is just to weaken White's king, so he's able
without
to...
question.
That would be the only way that Black would have any chances, because, well, White has enough pawns for the exchanges to actually create some threats against White's king. So we've got this position with Queen F7 and...
Okay, but I'm a little bit confused why he didn't play Queen
F3.
Because at least with the move, well, not at least, but certainly with the move Queen F3, obviously you're eyeballing this opportunity of checkmate on the H1 square. Maybe I'm going to ask Alejandro on this one some questions about the last few moves. Alejandro, take us through what's going on.
Well, Yasser, to answer your question directly of why Queen F3 was not played here in this position, after Queen F3, which the computers suggest is more or less a blunder, you are allowing to move Queen C7.
Mate on G7,
you're
clear.
checkmating second. So here you have to retreat the queen. If you retreat to F8, I can actually just swipe on B7. And if you take play Queen F7, then you're entering an endgame in which White has more pawns than you do. The bishop is dominant on D4, and you'll be suffering for a long time, if not just losing. So Queen f7 was played instantly actually by Iranian when they reached this position, and it is by far the best move. After King g2, I think Iranian is really trying very hard not to draw the position, because he can actually just take on c4 at any point and he'll be fine.
Right.
He's just trying to create pressure, and on rook e1, Maxime has played the move g4, and g4 is already dangerous for black. I think that Queen f5 is coming into the board, and even though it shatters your structure here on the king side, I'm only going to be able to play f6 later. The pawn on f5 does an excellent job of keeping the pawn on g7 as a weakness. And as I've been saying, the pawns on the queen side, there's just a lot of them. Computers are suggesting that the best move, which to me is very strange, is king h7, kind of allowing this position after queen take. Here it takes, noticing that in this specific situation, I still have the move rook a1, which would take the move pawn on a4, as after b3, I have rook a3. However, the idea of playing king h7 to me just looks bizarre. Like, why are you putting the king on h7 where it can be so easily checked? But they don't like any of the other alternatives. They don't think that the queen has any really good squares to go to. Now, let's update another incredibly tactical game that we haven't looked in a while. Here, after the moves, pawn takes and bishop takes in the game between Vishy Anand and Anish Giri, we have a couple of problems for the black side in terms of conversion. After rook g3, Anish went for the move rook b1 check. I was much more convinced by the line that Maurice was saying, which I did not think was playable at the end by Anand. I thought that the exchange is the exchange and you're just losing. After, for example, queen d7, king e2, bishop takes e4, rook takes f3, and this brilliant move, rook b1, threatening queen d1 check, and the rook followed by the bishop on f1. I thought that was just winning for the black side. I think Giri was instead tempted by the move rook b1 check, king e2, queen a6 check, which he played after a very, very long think. I would also honestly be very tempted by this. King takes f3 is forced. You can take with the queen here. I think that Anish is thinking what to take with. This is the current position on the board. And I thought after bishop f2 there has to be something. Opposite color bishops, kings on f3, mine seems pretty safe. And the computers are saying this is more or less equal. What? To me, this is completely bizarre. But they're saying king h1 check.
Queen h1 check, yeah.
King e2, queen takes, king d2. They think the king on d2 is relatively safe, and they don't see a decisive blow. To me, a little bizarre, but the computers are very, very cold-blooded. They don't see a direct win for Anish Giri, and they actually think that he is let go of most of his advantage.
Wow,
very interesting.
what an
This last position that Alejandro just showed us, yes. I mean, this brings us to that point of a big advice that is given to us about opposite color bishops, to place your own pieces at the square of your bishop and not your opponent's bishop. And this final position that Alejandro showed us, the king, rook, bishop, yes, and it goes queen f1.
Bishop f2,
Bishop
queen
f2,
h1,
check.
and the king just kind of waltzes this way,
Queen e4,
and then waltzes
and just king
that
d2.
way.
And you see how all of white's pieces are placed on the dark square. There are no checks. So, well, if you're in time trouble and you've got opposite color bishops, it's always a good idea to place your pieces on the square of your own bishop.
In this case, definitely. I mean, again, this is really perplexing to me because I'm with, again, Alejandro 100%. As a human player, you sit there and say, what's my problem? I've got this great pawn structure. My king's terrifically safe. I'm attacking with bishops of opposite color. It's white's king that is vulnerable. I must have a winning position here, and it just happens that it's visual.
Yeah, I think it is visual because white also has a direct threat of going rook e3 next and troubling your queen because it supports the c6 square.
C6 bishop.
The c6 bishop, exactly. Right now you can't move it because you've got problems along the back rank. I mean, if you go something like bishop b7, I want to exchange pieces, right? So rook b3. So I've got these ideas of trying to trade as many pieces. If I can get the queens off, I'm completely off trouble. And I think visually it looks great, but maybe that's about it. And I've got this idea of rook g1 then.
Yeah, you're meeting queen h1. I thought, you know, with the move queen h1, I've got chances of checking from behind on the d1 as well as the c1 squares. But rook g1 is going to force a trade of major, at least one, the trade of rooks, I should say. And again, it's very hard Well, there it is. I mean, better chances for a draw than a victory. It seems that this very compelling line simply was not as good as the line that Maurice and Alejandro agreed with, which was Queen D8 check. And I'm sure Anish was, mentally flip-flopping which line play would have brought him a better advantage. And the one he fell for, or he chose,
so tempting.
It's
though,
so
that last
tempting,
position, you
yeah.
just see the king in the middle of the board, and with opposite color bishop, it's all about the attack against the king. But the problem is that black is not able to retain his pieces. The exchanges are going to follow pretty soon.
Yes.
At the end of the line.
Let me again turn our attention to the situation of the tournament leader, Wesley So. We've just seen the situation after rook a4, rook f7, and Veselin Topalov is frozen at the board. A little head shake there as more than anybody, because he loves to be on the attack. He's recognizing, how am I going to deal, for crying out loud, how am I going to deal with the attack down the H line? And we just haven't been able to find a defense.
This is just a complete nightmare, a wreck of a position for Weslin and a wreck of a tournament for him as well.
Totally. A game we haven't paid much attention to because it's been a stodgy, trench warfare-like affair. That's been between Vladimir Kramnik and Mickey Adams. Vladimir Kramnik tied for second place. He doesn't have chances in the Grand Chess Tour standings of doing anything, but he's definitely looking to finish the year with a tournament victory. He would love a win today against Mickey Adams. He just played this move, knight on f3 to d2. Oh, who of us doesn't like the battery of checkmate on h7? Well, Mickey says, no, you can't have the checkmate. Played knight f6. That was interesting, because I actually thought that Mickey might play the move f7, f5, which would definitely secure or stop any further threats against the pawn on h7. A little bit more solid, knight f6, f3, and we have this position. Notice, even though white's an exchange ahead for the moment, that rook on c1 is trapped. It's not going anywhere. This looks pretty solid, and maybe I prefer white by a smidge. Nothing special going on over here. Much more exciting games. Keeping is on the edge of our seat. I'm going to go to the game of Fabi and Hikaru. This move that we've just been applauding, bishop g4, f5 has been the latest move, and Hikaru hasn't moved.
I'm just looking at this position, yes, and thinking about that variation that we saw, because knight f7 just seems, bishop f5 is an absolute brilliant move, and it's the first choice of the computer. But just going ahead with that line of knight f7, which is so human, which so many of us would want to just play on the board. And we were seeing bishop e6, which allowed queen f3. Can I take rook e6 instead?
Certainly. Rook takes e6 is a very good
Queen h4 seems on. Is that the only square on the? No, you've got g7, but queen h4 seems like.
Queen g4 is definitely compelling. Queen g7 is not a good choice. Rook h6 check and
Rook g6,
traps
right?
the queen.
So queen h4 is pretty much forced.
Indeed, queen h4 does indeed look very forced.
And now I'm thinking if I just go bishop f5 here.
Right. Well, definitely.
I want to threaten a few mates, but.
You've got ideas of rook h6 and rook g1.
Can you take
now,
rook f5?
Well, that's a question. And I go here.
Queen b4.
But is my
on?
king too vulnerable? I don't know. Rook g1 check, king here. Maybe I can just go for a walk. In the meantime, there is a nasty threat of queen takes b2 check. This, unless white mates, I wouldn't want to go into this variation. However, having said that, we can now see that the move bishop f5 is setting up for, so in other words, after queen h4, bishop f5, it would be black to play. Right now, this is a position that Fabiano is aiming for with white to play, and that would make all the difference in the world. Alejandro, bishop f5, Hikaru, I don't see a good move.
Well, Yasser, that's the problem. Sometimes it is not as important to make the objectively best move in the position as it is to play the one that puts the most pressure on your opponent. And I think that this is why I like bishop f5 so much. Even the computers are throwing out knight takes f7. I personally like bishop f5 more because from a human point of view, it's more difficult for Hikaru to come up with a move in this position rather than to react with the force moves that he had to find in the other variations. Here you can see that Hikaru actually has a ton of choices. The problem is choosing among them is very, very difficult. There isn't anything that I can see is a super happy development for Hikaru's position. Everything looks just awkward. I think some of the main lines that you can consider in this position, for example, queen h4. Let's take a look at that. Queen h4, I like the very simple rook g1. The bishop is trying to come here to g5. That's very obvious. If you take on h7, you could still play bishop g5 and play this kind of positions. That looks very dangerous for the black side. I don't really know how to continue. The computers have found the move rook d1 winning just to play both rooks on the h1 and g1 squares. No defense against such plans. This already looks very, very dangerous. I don't really know what he can do. He can play rook fe8 maybe, and I think this is probably what the human approach is in order to not allow knight takes f7 check as the bishop on e6 is defended. But again, there's this problem with rook g1, bishop g5 in certain variations, but it's as good as the computer says it's going to get for you. I really dislike his position, but he's going to have to try to survive, I expect, with rook f to e8.
Wow, rook f e8, and just watch your king being swarmed by a group of angry white pieces. Rook g1, bishop g5 is definitely something that's very fearsome.
And we take a look at the clock situation. Well, both are down to about 34 to 36 minutes, so not so much difference on the clock.
Having blitzed out about 20 moves or so with
Yes.
Terry, the play definitely chilled and slowed down. And again, for me, I believe we're seeing the game of the tournament unfolding. This has just been a beauty.
And what's interesting, is, I'm sorry,
No, it's all
is
right.
the move that rook d6 instead of knight d6. And I'm just wondering if Caruana realized that after h5, it is so difficult for black to come up with moves here.
Well, that was probably what compelled him to play the move rook takes d6,
And
because
that's
he's got the
absolute genius.
positional, he's got this beautiful positional grip on black's queen. The whole problem is the black queen has never strutted her stuff. Alejandro.
Well, guys, let's take just a short break from that position to look at the developments of the tournament leader. As we saw the position after rook f7, Topalov, after somewhat of a thing, played the move rook e1, and that was very obviously countered with the move knight h5, attacking the bishop on g3. Now that the rook has left this square, if the bishop moves, the pawn on f2 is hanging with basically checkmate. I think the best move in this position for Topalov is to resign. Instead of that, he's played bishop takes g4. But after the immediate knight takes g3, I do expect him to resign, by the way, because bishop takes f2 is a threat. If you play knight f3, I have queen h6. Again, the knight cannot be taken because the bishop on a7. I'm threatening checkmate on h1. I think that after knight takes g3, we will be seeing a handshake momentarily.
Unbelievable. Wow. So black just goes g8, 6, g5, h5, g4 in the opening, and checkmates white so convincingly. Yes, where do you think Wesleyan went? What was the turning point here for Wesleyan? Was it e5?
I'm not quite sure of the turning point yet, but I will say this, that in this extraordinarily double-edged fight for the initiative, Wesley actually won the initiative, and Wesleyan just played poorly once he's on the defensive side. He's such an extremely volatile player. He really needs to be on the attack. We've seen a couple of positions now where when he was thrown on the defensive, he didn't handle himself well. And these last few moves in particular were really egregious. The most egregious move had to be this move, bishop e2. Bishop d3 is...
kept the game alive.
Well, it's forced. It's box. Yes. It's the only move. When you don't play only moves, and after bishop e2, queen g5, already the positions is gone. I mean, that's it. There's no moves, and I think he's just played the last few moves so that the game doesn't appear in all of the books of the future, on how to win or something like that. I mean, okay, what can I say? I mean, he's having a horrendous tournament. He's losing every kind of position under the sun, even when those that he stood much better in. For example, with MVL, his only draw,
Yes.
he traded queens in a position that he was clearly on the attack. Why are you trading queens there? It's something
He's
badly
completely
wrong.
out of form.
But by losing this game, or by Wesley So winning this game almost easily, what else to say? That puts Wesley in extraordinarily pole position for being the whole Grand Chess Tour winner, and perhaps the winner of this prestigious final event.
Now, what hurts the most about such losses is that you haven't even put any resistance, any problems to your opponent with white. You've just been basically outplayed from the
Smashed.
very start.
Yes.
And that is going to make things even worse for Westland in the coming rounds, because how do you stop the bleeding after, well, bleeding like this?
Yeah, well, indeed, that's it. And again, because everybody is looking at you, you've got 3 games. This is only 2/3 of the tournament. After this event after this round finishes, there's still 3 more games, and Westland knows that he's got the target on his back. There we see the tournament schedule. We're starting the games at 10 a.m. tomorrow Central Time, and 8 a.m. on the weekends for the Central Time. So the second half of the tournament, and well, Westland just very, very sad not to go there. Over to you, Alejandro.
More updates around the horn. Let's take a look at the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. And sometimes, perhaps, you have heard the expression, I pushed too hard. You ask another player, what did you lose? I pushed too hard. What does that mean? Well, this is what Aronian is doing in this game. Sometimes you have this beautiful preparation. You miss your opportunity like he did by not playing Queen D7 instead of Rook F7 at the right time. The position becomes equal, and you still try to win it. You force the hand. You try to win too hard. And this is what he's doing right now. With the move Rook D1 in this position, I think he's just dropped the concept of the game, because if after Rook D1, MVL plays what I think is a super obvious move, the centralizing and powerful move, Queen E5, I think Black's just lost. The computers are saying it's a clear advantage for White. I don't care what the computers say. I think this is just losing. The point is that I'm going to go as White, B4, A5, C5, C4, B5, win with an extra pass pawn on this side of the board. And in the meantime, what exactly is Aronian doing? This queen must maintain defense of G7 for the rest of the game. There is no way you can dismantle this structure here with the D4 bishop and the queen on E5, completely dominating the opponent's pieces. And what are you going to do against my simple plan? The computers are not giving up. As I said, they're saying it's only a clear advantage for White. I think Aronian might just be busted.
Agreed. I was actually liking MVL's position before he won the 3rd pawn. I thought he already had full compensation for the exchange with the bishop and 2 pawns and this is fantastic bishop on D4 that was protecting F2. A 3rd pawn? No. This is too much. And definitely Levon Aronian going too far, taking too much risk. And that centralizing move, Queen A5 to E5, is so obvious for all to see. And that battery of bishop on D4, queen on E5, perpetually attacking this pawn on G7, lost. It's just simply lost.
I'm quite shocked at the sequence of moves that has happened after Levon's great preparation right out of the opening. He came out with flying colors, better position for Black, and I feel that every move that followed was not one of the top moves that was suggested by the computer, and not even one that seemed to be suggested by the position. And now here we have a position where Levon has pushed too much, gone too hard trying to win this point, and instead has landed up in a lot of trouble. Talking about Levon Aronian, he's known to be one of the most adventurous players on the boards. If he sees an idea that catches his fancy, he gets very fixated on it and wants to create beautiful chess on the board. And well, he is one of the absolute top players, but there was this time in the middle when he lost a lot of rating. A couple of months, a couple of tournaments that went really badly. And I remember Gary Kasparov said that the problem with Levon Aronian, why, according to Gary, he would not become world champion, is because even when he loses, he smiles. He's known to be one of the nicest guys on the circuit, but that has been thought to be one of his temperamental problems as well. One of his problems with his, well, he's a really nice person, but is he too nice to become the world champion?
You need to have that little killer instinct. I mean, and Alejandro.
Guys, we finally have a move from Hikaru Nakamura, and this is what I was saying. When the pressure is applied, it's easy to crack. And that's what Hikaru has done. He has cracked under pressure. The last move he has played, the move Queen E7, is regarded by the Anges as a complete blunder with actually a refutation that is not so difficult to find. The starting point is knight takes f7 check. Now you must take with either the rook or with the queen. If you take with the bishop, then it's very obvious that after rook h6 check, king doesn't matter where it goes, rook g1 check is basically checkmate. That's a pretty simple calculation for any club level player. So, however, after knight takes f7 check, I don't see what he's planning on doing really, because if rook takes f7, then after rook takes c6, the next move you can imagine is going to be rook h6, which is a completely dominating position. Again, you're getting checkmated. If you play instead with taking with the queen, then here, again, I take with the rook, and even though you have an extra tempo in this position to somehow try to do something, you can't. There is no way to defend against rook h6 check on the very next move. This is actually not a particularly difficult thing to calculate. For example, if you play queen g7, then simply kick out your queen with rook g1, and that's all that is needed. Knight takes f7 is, in my view, very obvious, not something that I need the engine to calculate. I can do this in a couple of minutes. And for Fabiano Caruana, it should be a couple of seconds. So I'm not really sure what Hikaru is planning, but knight takes f7, the computers are saying it's just game over.
Shocking. Queen e7, you think knight f7 would be the first move that comes to your mind, but I don't see the defense after that.
Nobody does. Tanya, it looks like Hikaru basically didn't see a defense, played the move queen e7, and doubtlessly when he played the move queen e7, he probably felt he was already lost, that he had gone wrong earlier.
Well, then, generally, if you think you're lost, at least a move like rook e8 would be so easy to explain. I mean, the idea is knight f7, and your bishop on e6 just falls, and once this bishop falls, rook h6, rook g1, just mating your king. You've got to do everything to defend it, and queen e7 offers absolutely no resistance.
No, you're agreed. Rook f8 to e8 appear to be forced, and this very simple combination, easily spotted, knight f7, will likely win the game for Fabiano. And Fabi's going to be upset with Veselin Topalov. Why didn't you hold that guy so that I could tie Wesley for first? Because he is in second place with a group of others, including Levon, including his opponent, including Vladimir Kramnik. So this is a key moment in the game and in this round for Fabiano.
Well, it's clear that Veselin Topalov is the target of the event, and I'm just wondering, Fabiano hasn't played Veselin yet, right?
That's right.
So he still has to play him.
No, they still...
No. Fabiano hasn't played Wesley.
Oh, Wesley, yes.
Yes. And that is a big...
That may very well be
game.
for
That'll be the fight for the championship.
Yes, exactly. Wesley So currently leading with 3.5 points. It looks very likely that he's about to go to 4.5. Giving chase will be Fabiano Caruana, who's on the verge of winning. He will have 4. Levon Aronian could very easily be going down. Hikaru will stay at 3. Vladimir Kramnik, he will hope to get to 4 points as he is still playing against Mickey Adams. Maybe has a small pull. And MVL could jump to 3, but that would not impact first or second at this moment.
At this moment, absolutely. Top 3 spots are everything in this event, because let's not forget, besides the big prize fund, the spot for the 2017 GCT.
Absolutely, and what a tour it's growing into. I mean, it's always been a great tour, but now I think that the world's elite players are beginning to realize, hey, I want to be a Grand Chess Tour participant. There'll be 3 from this cycle, 3, the highest rated that will be invited, that will make 6. There'll be 3 from the wild cards that the organizers will pick, and then a Grand Chess Tour.
That's the information about the participation that will be.
There you have it.
In 2017 GCT, we're going to have top 3 players of this year's cycle. Top 3 players, like you said, from the rating, the average rating taken throughout the year.
Which will include Magnus Carlsen, of course.
Magnus Carlsen will be back in the 2017 Grand Chess Tour and then 3-tour wildcard entry. We've got 5 events in the 2017 Tour. That's an additional Rapid and Blitz event to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis, after the Sinkfield Cup. The prize money has been increased to $1.2 million. Well, what can I say? Lots
That's
to
very
fight for.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And, of course, what we were getting ourselves very excited about was that in those Rapid and Blitz events, Leuven, Paris, St. Louis, there'll be so many wildcard players. 4 new blood in the tour. How many players are deserving
Off the spot and waiting to pounce on it. I mean, this is their opportunity for players to come and play in this absolute elite level. And let's not forget, actually, the rating difference now between these top 10 players in the world and say 11, 12, 13 is really not that much. Right. The computers have massively leveled the playing field in a big way. So a lot of deserving players we've been discussing. You mentioned Jobava. I would absolutely love to see him.
What a headhunter he is. Boy, imagine Jobava and Veselin Topalov playing a match. I think a draw wouldn't occur in 9 games. I mean, it's just fantastic. And here we have the game of Anish Giri and Vishy. It looks like the players are going into a repetition.
But that could also be just to reach the 40 moves. I mean, probably Giri is going to take on e4 next, but and not go queen c. Yeah, he's taking on queen e4. So a lot of times what players do is they repeat twice simply to reach the time control and then change the third time.
Absolutely. No, that's a very professional and wise approach, of course. Get closer to the time control, then the incremental bonus kicks in. Vishy's not going to be happy with the outcome of this game, regardless of whether it's a drawn or not, because in a double-edged position, he just blundered. This move, knight b5, sacrificing a piece, really boomeranged against him. Going again back to our current tournament leader, Wesley So's position, we have seen this move rook e8 check by Veselin Topalov. This kind of, it has all of the appearances of a spike check to me. Do you call that a spike check in India?
I love how you ask me every time, do you have this in India?
Yeah, I mean, you know, before you go down in a blaze of glory, you at least hit your opponent one time with a check.
Yes, give one check in.
Yeah, then you feel, okay, it wasn't that bad. And you have that.
Spike check?
A spike check.
Well, I haven't heard that one in India. I'll give you
that.
Well,
there you go. Well, it does look like a spike check to me because after the move king g7, you're a piece down and you're facing this horrendous...
Bishop f2.
He took on c8 with the rook?
He did.
Yeah.
This has actually occurred. Rook takes c8. Bishop takes f2 check.
I expect.
And king h2, only move. And now we lick our chops and say, okay, what's the easiest winning move?
Well, you have the option of trying to go for checkmate. You can go up a rook with just queen h6.
And just rook c8.
You can even just go rook c8. Queen e5 was played, which is
queen
actually...
e5. Just going for mate. He doesn't care about the pieces. And just
well, in this case, he's threatening knight f1 double check, followed by queen h2 or g3.
No, the game is completely over.
Queen e5 is just over.
Yeah.
Just queen was played. I don't even think that white
pardon me. Queen e5 was played.
Yeah, queen e5 was played instantly by Wesley. He got off the board. He knows he's winning. He's just waiting for Topalov to resign, and I kind of wonder why he hasn't.
Wow.
We'd have to give it to Wesley. I mean, what a win with black pieces, completely crushing.
And by the way, the checkmate that he can do on the board is quite pretty if Topalov allows him, because you can put it up on your board. Yasser, sure. I think you'll like this one.
Yes.
If knight f3 in this position, I think you can spot the checkmate.
Oh, yes. Knight check. One of my when it was first shown to me, this smothered checkmate where you give up your queen, I mean, it was electrifying. I ran home to show my mother. She was in the kitchen doing the dishes. I brought her over. I showed the checkmate to her, and I said, "What do you think, Mom?" She goes, "Yasser, can I go back to doing the dishes?" Well, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but for me, it just, I was wearing a smile, and I still wear a smile thinking about that story many, many, many years later. It's just a beautiful checkmate.
No, I think
pattern.
some of the most beautiful checkmates in the chess world actually come from the night.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Maurice in London.
And I tell you, it doesn't take much for grandmasters to get excited. Well, actually it takes a lot, to be truthful, because we've seen so much. But smothered mates always get us going. And I'm watching the live commentators here, Chris Ward and Lawrence Trent, and they were almost hugging each other in ecstasy when they saw the line coming. I mean, it was like, oh my God, can you believe what's about to happen? I mean, not much must be happening in their lives, apparently. But anyway, to be honest, it is a very spectacular finish. And Lawrence himself said, if he were Vasilian, he would allow this to happen on the board. I think he wouldn't, but still, a spectacular finish here. This is really more 19th century chess than it is 21st century chess. This is just embarrassing to lose this way. I know it's never good to lose, but sometimes it's just, you lose certain kind of ways and you just feel completely ridiculous. Vasilian, I don't know how he's going to recover after losing what looks like his fourth game in a row. A former world champion, simply a horrible situation for him to find himself in.
Thank you, Maurice. That's our feeling across the board as well, as we watching a really, really great former world champion just melting in front of our eyes. We do have a move by Veselin.
He's made a move. He's made the move King H3, and now Wesley has the choice between every single move, and they'll win.
Well,
92 is the
immediately
easiest.
plays 92 and a resignation. Well, Queen G3.
Knight E2 with this direct threat of Queen G3 and checkmate has forced Veselin Topalov to resign and go down to his 5th defeat out of 6 games. Tania.
Yes, and let's not forget, if Knight F1, then Knight G1, another mate by the Knight.
Oh no, another beautiful finishing checkmate pattern, Knight G1. Checkmate was unavoidable, and Wesley So. It's the Wesley So show. It started that way from round 1 when he won with black against Hikaru Nakamura in what we thought was like the crucial matchup for the Grand Chess Tour standings.
And it's been just to become embarrassing. I mean, you lose 5 games out of 6 in London, and I think a lot of them have been tough fights. Veselin had his chances in some of them. But today's game was just disastrous. I mean, as soon as he had to play himself.
Against himself, so to speak.
Yeah,
yes.
like without a preparation. He just made bad move after bad move, and then he got checkmated in basically less than 25 moves as white.
Grisly stuff. What
he
can
needs
you
to
say?
recover. I just don't know how he's going to do it. He only has 3 rounds left. He is in last place. If, for example, Mickey Adams draws against Kramnik, and I think MVL is definitely not going to lose against Aronian, Topalov is in last place by 2 points.
I mean, if he had to recover, it had to be now after the rest day with white pieces. Now it's just going to be so much more difficult.
Yes, exactly. Surprising for me at the moment, after this move, Queen E7 by Hikaru, we haven't seen... Oh, sorry.
No, it was just interesting to see on the screen that Wesley was being checked for metal. This is one of the... we see this quite often at tournaments. Yes, it's one of the anti-cheating measures. We've seen it at the Olympiad. It happens. Players are randomly picked up and just gone through. But well, the way Wesley's been playing,
I like the fact that
they're still analyzing. He's being
during the security wand check to make sure they have no smartphone or like they know they have no equipment. It's like they're just checking. But there you have it. You just you don't even want to get even close to this measure that there might be something ill-founded going on, and that all went very well. By the way, I haven't seen Fabi capturing this pawn on f7. It's a move that we had anticipated a lot, quite some time ago. He seems to just simply be enjoying the position, but the reality is that knight takes f7 check, rook takes f7. Alejandro pointed out that if you play bishop takes, well, this is just simply too easy for white. Rook check, and the other rook comes over, and black's position collapses terribly. So you have to take with the queen, let's say, and then after rook takes e6, it's it's over.
He did not find it.
No way.
I've seen that he's just played the move b5.
But there's nothing to find here.
Are you
No
kidding
knight
me?
f7?
No, he did play b5.
What?
I actually don't know the
That
point
makes
of
no
that move is.
sense. I mean, there's literally nothing to find in knight f7. It's being screened.
I'm still
played.
trying to recover. What is b5?
What I'm wondering is that if Hikaru takes, is he gonna go knight f7 anyway? I'm like, what? Even in that position, why did you play b5 instead of taking directly?
I mean, there's probably one explanation that knight f7, if you go rook f7 and rook e6, I don't know, can black take queen b4?
You can, but you can calculate that to the end. Let's just analyze this a little
Okay,
bit.
queen takes b4.
So you give a
Yeah.
check?
Yes, king would go over. I'll give another check, I suppose.
King f8.
King f8. Let me give another check, just having some fun. King e7.
These are making my life easy, forced moves.
Yeah, yeah, forced moves indeed. And now we've got something like...
Is bishop g5, but then you have king d6.
Well, I'm looking at rook v8 and bishop c5.
And that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's just mate.
completely
Yeah,
winning.
because rook b8...
Because rook g8 follows up.
Yes, or if you go king f6, rook g6 is mate. No, and by the way, this whole sequence is with check.
Yeah,
so there's nothing to analyze.
Nothing to analyze.
This is the easiest kind of combination for a grandmaster. And we have...
Maurice Ashley
Maurice
with
Ashley.
Breslin in London.
We're with the Grandmaster Vasiliy Topalov after losing a fourth game in a row. Vasiliy, this has been a really, well, I can't even put the words for it. You know it's been a difficult time for you. What's happening?
I guess just my brain is not working. But, well, today I believe it was interesting position after the opening. And I believe White had very good chances. But then around move 15, I completely collapsed, I believe. Let's say, well, White has many options. Like I could exchange first and then close, or then move, or even ignore, you know, and then try to win, to open the king side. I believe White has very good chances. But again, even after what I did, probably it's not that bad. But I mean, e5, maybe it's a bit too early. But after d5, of course, bishop e2 is a big mistake. So I should place it immediately on d3, which is, and now.
Why did you put it on e2? That was so surprising.
The thing is, for some reason, I completely. I thought he wants to go f5 in this position, and then, well, even here I can go bishop f4. But I mean, for example, this position, knight h5 is an idea. But of course, I have bishop g6 maybe, and then queen c2, and then it looks very promising for White because Black is undeveloped, and then I'm also attacking. So I believe I missed the move bishop g6 because for some reason my original idea was after bishop e2, I thought he just goes immediately f5, and then if I take, knight takes, queen c2 is strong, and then somehow Black is not in time to, you know, to
get the attack going, but you missed
exactly.
You missed the
But of course, after queen g5, it's already
G5,
a big problem. No, now I believe it's just a big problem for White because if you look, this bishop is a killer. So, and you can just stop f5, and it's an attack for free. And of course, this was much stronger than what I did. So it was still probably, I think it was still some game, maybe queen c1 or I think queen c1 was still not so clear maybe, because what I looked at was that if he takes, let's say, knight e4, well, if I go knight d4, then he takes and then develops the bishop. And I thought Black is completely fine, maybe better. But for some reason, what I...
Did you want to go back?
Didn't like was that, but of course still I have to do it.
You have to play knight b3.
Of course, yeah, because if I don't close the bishop, then I just lost, and this is too slow, and it just so okay. But again, I believe that probably Wesley didn't play so well at the beginning, But of course, then after my mistakes, it was quite good for him and easy.
So you're describing yourself, your brain's not working. Has this happened to you before?
Maybe not so much and not so many games in a row because first after, I mean, of course I look at the normal moves, but if I have to concentrate, then it's just a complete collapse. But again, it happens, and I believe maybe with the time it will happen more and more. So I'm not really worried about that.
So staying in a good mood, it seems, after a difficult tournament. Well, we hope you can get that machinery working again and play moves that are more consistent with your style.
For sure.
Vasilij Topalov, graciously hanging out with us after losing a difficult fourth game in a row. Right?
Wow. Well, thank you, Maurice, and to Vasilij. I know it's very, very painful, and so the hardest thing in the world of chess for any chess player is to lose a game.
Yes.
And I recall once in my career, it actually happened to me that I lost 3 games in a row, 3 games in a row. And I swear I thought that the world of physics had just turned upside down, that nothing made sense. My pieces couldn't move. I was wearing concrete shoes. It's really, really tough. This is his 4th defeat in a row. Nothing like that I've ever experienced. But after losing 3 in a row, I mean, I was almost looking for a mental hospital and, you know, just some kind of recovery. He's in really, really, really bad shape because he played such a poor game today as well.
No, absolutely. Vasilij Topalov, absolutely heartbroken with his performance and in pain. But I have to say, kudos to him for still coming out and speaking about it. Yes, it takes a lot.
Oh, it does. I mean, I know internally he's just crying.
Well, yes. And let's go to Maurice Ashley in London with the man of the moment, Wesley So.
Well, he's been the man of the moment. He's been the man of many moments, leading the Grand Chess Tour, of course, since his victory in the Sinkfield Cup. And now he's coming here simply barnstorming London in amazing fashion, winning now his 3rd game of the event to take a very straightforward point lead. Of course, there are players who could try to keep the gap close. But Wesley, you must have been really surprised that to win with the black pieces against a former world champion this quickly, this beyond your dreams coming into a game like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had the black pieces. I had no idea that I would be even playing for a win. But of course, I came into this game just wanting to play and see how my opponent will react. I mean, he had the white pieces, so he had the choice to go for several different lines. And he could have chosen a more quiet variation. But as it is, he went for a very complicated one. And as usual, Vasilij was playing for a win today.
When he was playing for that win, did you feel like, yes, this is the kind of thing I want to see happen because it gives me more chances?
Yes and no. At one point around this position, I was getting a little critical about my position. I wasn't sure if white is better or if black is holding. I knew that Topalov is really, really dangerous with the initiative, so that's why I didn't take his pawn on d4 early on. I didn't accept his offer to sacrifice a pawn, but I tried to maintain the tension, not to grab much material, and try to defend my position a bit, especially since my knight on h7 is not very well placed. So, you know, I was feeling the danger of my position, but fortunately he made some mistakes.
When he played the move e5, were you surprised? And we are hearing that Giri and Anand have drawn their game. This situation, when he played e5 and allowed you to play d5, and then played the move bishop to e2, were you just shocked to see this sequence? Suddenly the danger seemed to just evaporate from your position, and suddenly it was black who was playing for a big attack.
Yeah, it's surprising, but after bishop e2, queen g5, so just so it's surprising that just one mistake, which bishop e2, and suddenly the tables have completely turned. Of course, I wasn't completely sure. I mean, the computer is just giving a very large advantage for black, but you know, I'm just happy that he exchanged pawns on g4 because I always have threats of giving checkmate along the h file, and also one other bad thing of bishop e2 is that after queen g5, I have sometimes plans of king g7, rook h8, queen h5, And with the bishop on e2, he has to spend another tempo to try to escape the king with rook e1, king f1.
Did you feel it instantly when it landed on e2? Did you shake your head and think, why is it on e2? Like, could you justify this move when you first saw it? Like, when you're thinking, what is the purpose behind this move? Did you have a reason for it in your head?
Yeah, well, he's trying to win my g4 pawn.
Yeah, you've got two things plainly covering it.
Yeah.
How can he possibly generate any energy on this?
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting bishop e2. I thought he was going to go bishop d3. But still, I just kept playing on like normal. I didn't know that I was much better already. But fortunately, Veselin started shaking his head. And after...
This great f5 happened. He played a5,
F6,
e takes, and knight takes.
Yeah,
and your attack is just coming so quickly with threats like knight h5, just in case as well.
By playing simple moves. Yeah, when I calculated lines at queen g5, I was just, after queen g5, I was just happy to see that I always have decent counterplay and that I'm not really in trouble. I mean, I have structural weaknesses here on the queen side, but I had full compensation for it.
I mean, you're talking about worrying about being in trouble, and so far in this tournament, I think you've only been in real trouble in one game that I can remember. You're doing incredibly well. You're solidified your 2,800 status. How does it feel to be just playing +3 in an elite tournament like this after just 6 rounds?
No, I couldn't have imagined that I would be +3 after 6 games. Obviously now I have very good chances in the tournament. Still 3 games to go, but I'm in a good position right now. But I'm just very happy to see, as I said, the hard work and sacrifice that me and my family have been doing for the past 2 years pay off. But with 3 games to go, anything can still happen. Well, you know, about your question, you know, it's better to start thinking when you still have a comfortable position than start thinking when I am clearly worse. And also today,
where were you going to go back?
Just move 12.
And get this to go back.
Yeah, go back. So yeah, I prepared this idea, knight h7, h5, which, because Veselin has played this against me before in the Leuven Blitz of the Grand Chess Tour. So he played this pin, which is a very complicated line. Then knight h7, I think this surprised him a bit. So h3, he probably king h8 is also fine with the idea of f5. But then play h5, d4. And when I first saw this position, I didn't really like it as black because it seems that white always creates some threats on the king side. But
so this was not in your preparation then? You were out of your preparation by now?
Yeah, he kind of surprised me by playing d4. And the point is that after g4, he always has bishop h4, and then the bishop becomes activated. Black is probably fine, but it's very complicated, and it's not the kind of position I want against Veselin, who clearly wants to play for action today.
Well, clearly you reacted well, ended up winning the game. Congratulations on being in the position you're in, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Grandmaster Wesley So leading the Grand Chess Tour, leading this tournament, currently in everybody's mind as he is just showing what a formidable force he has become in the world of chess.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Wesley, and congratulations.
Incredible game by Wesley. So congratulations to our Grand Chess Tour leader at the moment. And we also have Alejandro Ramirez with a special guest.
Thank you, Tania. I'm here with Lauren Stewart. Lauren, you are an integral part here of the Chess Campus. You're Director of Development. Tell us a little bit about what that entails.
Yeah, so our development department specifically is tasked with raising funds for our organization. So we do that in a number of different ways throughout the year. And, you know, this time every year we do our annual appeal. Right before the new year, we have a lot coming up in 2017. So our annual appeal goes out to people all across the United States and in many cases throughout the world. And it's just another push to raise money for the amazing things we're doing at the Chess Campus. For instance, our scholastic programming, we've served 13,000 students since 2008 and 3,600 students alone just in this past fall of 2016. We also are raising funds through that annual appeal for our music series at the Hall of Fame and all of the important programming we're doing over there.
Now, our audience, of course, is very familiar with what the chess club specifically does in terms of super tournaments, but of course, it's only one of the many contributions that the St. Louis Chess Club does to the world of chess and to St. Louis as a whole. So tell us a little bit about more of the chess campus, more outside of the St. Louis Chess Club itself.
So, as we all know, the main mission of the chess club is scholastic programming, but the Hall of Fame is the sister organization of the chess club. And so we are working to just bring a lot of cultural exhibitions to people to show the other side of the game, whether it be the history, the cultural aspect. So if you go over to the Hall of Fame at any given day, you can see one of 3 exhibitions that are currently going on. And then also the monthly music series is another public programming opportunity that we have for our visitors.
Well, tell us a little bit more about that. What can we expect to see any given day, for example, at the Hall of Fame just across the street?
Sure. So the permanent collection is housed on the 3rd floor of the Hall of Fame. So you're going to see unique chess sets, a lot of Bobby Fischer artifacts. Recently, we partnered with the Magic House to bring an interactive exhibition for kids there, so that was really great for families. But then we'll also bring a more contemporary feel, so we'll bring in artists that relate what's going on in society back to the game of chess.
Well, thank you so much, Lauren, for joining us here in the studio. Of course, an integral part, as I said, of the mission of the St. Louis Chess Club, not only to provide entertainment and to bring some of the best chess players of the world here to St. Louis and in the Grand Chess Tour, but also the outreach, scholastic outreach that it has. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
And I just wanted to mention, if anybody would like to make a donation to the chess campus, you can just go to stlouischessclub.org/donate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely phenomenal work being done by the club. Let's quickly go to London with Maurice and Anish Giri.
And we are here with Grandmaster Anish Giri after what is a perplexing draw for him. Anish, you drew this game. First of all, what did you feel when he sacrificed on b5 with his knight? Did you think that this was a good line, or did you think this was just going to work out well for you?
Well, I was completely shocked because, I mean, these sacrifices, they can work sometimes, but he already got a pawn on before. Yeah, I was completely perplexed, to be honest. I mean, the position here, of course, is just the starting position of a Sicilian, you know. White can go h5, or if he wants to go b4, no, b4 is actually not that bad, but he can just play it as well. I mean, he can trade knights if he wishes to, and then push here, I'll push here, you know, he'll stabilize the king. Position is quite unclear, I think. Although it says it's bad, maybe f4 first, stop 95. But anyway, the position is unclear. But yeah, I was completely shocked. I don't know what he missed, because here, I'm not even sure rook d8 is the best move.
And engines give it as best.
Yeah, I thought he still has a chance to go bishop f4. I thought it's not that easy, because if e5, then bishop h3. Well, I was calculating a lot of lines, but after b5, we get this position by force. And then I give back the piece, and I have absolutely fantastic position. And from this moment onwards, I messed it up. But yeah, I've already looked here at your marvelous engine. It says that I have to go queen to 7 here. But I wanted to kick the king out into the center, because now he can go back, and somehow I failed to see that there's still some
real threats. Rook c coming down
and it's even surprising me still that it's like so good, because you know, he's got bishop pair. I'm not mating yet, but apparently I sort of am, I guess. I was thinking this rook b1 must be good, and I actually didn't think king e2 is possible. I thought he should go here. I thought the only chance for him is to go here and try to survive. When he went king e2, I was looking for a forced win. And I thought I found it with the check. I was calculating some c4, I think some queen a4. I was trying to calculate these lines here. I see this also not working. Let's see why.
Looks like he's dancing around your pieces
I think
somehow.
I sort of, I thought this wins. x3, king g4, I thought wins by force with the h5, gh, f5. Yeah, EF. Yeah, well, I thought EF is not there. I thought it's a very nice winning line with GH. And then I have queen takes h4, queen takes e4. The king cannot escape. So I thought somehow calculated the win here with queen a6 check, but he took and went bishop f2, and yeah, to my complete shock, I couldn't find the win here. And then I realized, yeah, somehow I'm controlling all the light squares, but not the dark ones.
The dark ones. Simple positional principle, after all.
Yeah, but I was completely shocking, to be honest. That it's not even better. I mean, I sort of played on because I have to, and then at the end, you know, he's got his king to c1, and I'm not better at all. So I just didn't see anymore what I'm playing for, and I just offered the draw here. I guess. The only one, yeah, I guess it's just equal already completely.
The wily veteran, yesterday or 2 days ago, you said, why doesn't this guy just retire already?
Well,
but
yeah,
clearly, he's a fighter.
It was in the context, and everybody's laughing because I was explaining it for half an hour afterwards. The context was that you asked, like, does anybody have a question for Vishy? And I made fun of people, or, you know, the media that is always asking Vishy when he's going to retire. And I made fun of these people, not of Vishy. So, that was sort of why I looked like an asshole again, but I didn't mean anything.
You know, frankly, it's not making fun of him in any way at all, because that just shows how powerful he is as a player.
He's an excellent, of course, absolutely excellent player, and it would have been even better to beat a player like him in a game like this. But yes, it was not as easy as I thought.
Not to be. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games. Anish Giri. Tough game for him, but he managed to pull off the draw. A good game for him. He didn't manage to pull off the win, but still has a draw and still has some fighting chances here in the tournament. Guys?
Thank you, Anish, and thank you, Maurice. Big game with Fabi and Nakamura. Turning it over to you, Alejandro. I don't see any chances for Hikaru to save himself.
Neither does Hikaru. He's just wondering, what on earth did I do? We left off the position here after b5, and well, Hikaru played the move queen e8, which I guess is geared towards what happens if takes on a6 or takes on b6. But the same idea that we were looking at, the previous move, works just as well here. After rook takes f7, rook takes e6, you can take on b5, rook h6, and this has not changed at all, actually. King g7, for example, which he has to play, rook g1, king f8.
And we do have a result.
We looked at it, and we see that Hikaru has resigned. It was the exact same line he could have played the previous move.
Without b5.
Without b5, but well, it worked anyway for Fabiano Caruana. He has defeated Hikaru Nakamura. He's now clear second in the tournament, half a point behind Wesley, so positioning himself very, very well. The third time he defeats Hikaru in this year alone.
Wow, and a crucial game. We've talked about Fabiano needing a fantastic score to narrow the gap between world's #1 Magnus Carlsen and himself, and this is certainly a huge step in that direction.
Well, let's go to London first. It's Maurice with Vishy.
Well, we are with the ageless wonder Viswanathan Anand, who continues to show exactly why he has been one of the greatest players of all time, a true inspiration to chess players everywhere. And with Vishy today, you have to admit, it was a little suspicious taking on b5. We were a little worried about you. It looks like you were in some bit of danger after you sacrificed this piece.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I made this up at the board. It would have been preferable to have seen it at home. But suddenly I found b4 quite attractive, and I couldn't see. I thought if I take on d6, I have so many pawns, and he's all his clever moves like rook b8, preparing b4 suddenly look extra silly. I mean, if that rook had been on a8, you'd be attacking a3 right away. So I got a bit tempted by this, but then I started to see problems, and I realized that probably I'd gone in a bit deep. He went rook d8, and he pointed out I panicked there. I could have played bishop f4 instead of b5. For some reason,
And I've just been told that Aronian, big results, Aronian has resigned against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so a huge result has come in as that knocks Aronian back to 50%, and the Frenchman has also lifted himself to 50% in the tournament. Please.
And Anish was surprised. He said I could have just done this, and perhaps he's right. I probably should have just done this. And things would still be okay. But I thought I was saving
the Indians don't seem that impressed by the line, by the way. Bishop f4, e5.
Yeah, and bishop h3,
bishop h3, knight
b4. Ah, okay.
Some wild sacrifice, threatening mate in one.
Okay, so I'm busted anyway. So,
looks like
but then I found this. I found this b5, and I realized that it might save the game. So he went knight d5.
Queen c5 and trade.
Yeah, the other thing I was seeing was f4 here. So he goes knight b6. I go, I wasn't sure if I could maybe start with this.
Another sacrifice.
Yeah, but the problem here is if he goes knight c6, then he's lost some time. But I think the problem is he starts with queen c3 and messes things up for me. But at the end, I decided I shouldn't waste time on this because a queen for rook is most likely lost. And then if it turns out I'm not holding by some miraculous way.
Let's just show that line because very critical line. No, sorry, you took first.
Yeah, no, but this is the correct way to do it. Sorry, that's the correct way to do it.
And this.
And then queen c3, yeah.
Oh. And queen c3, which looks like it just gives this piece up, but of course, this line
this, queen e3 check
is not going well because of the rook on the square. So going back to here, you play the move
b5. And by the way, knight b6 is the only move. Because if he goes knight d5, then I have queen c5, and you know, my pawns protect my king, so it's not that bad. But knight b6, the problem is if I go queen c5, he takes and goes knight a4. Now all my squares are mined, so I would have to go back to d6, and then he comes here and takes this off as well, and get that in the end. And then I'm really busted. So
yeah, the Indians even like bishop a6 in that position for some reason. But okay, so this didn't work out. If I can just
and
get
then
this
b5
back on the board. All right, let's go back to here. So you try this move b5, which was a heroic try. But then how did you must have seen this far, yes?
Yes, I obviously I'd seen all this. So we can just if you can just go forward a bit in the game.
bc6.
Bishop c6 also a thing. My original intention was bishop d3, knight g1, bishop g1, because I thought if I could play bishop d4, queen e5, I have just a great position. But he has e5, and I don't get my...
so you pointed out your original intention was this position?
Oh, the comp is going queen c7, which is kind of lazy. I thought this was the way forward for him. Oh. And now my e4 pawn is fixed forever, and my pawn islands are not going to work well. But I'd also seen that rook g3, and at the beginning I'd seen bishop f2 when I entered this, so I felt that I could save that.
So you saw this particular sort of, it's almost like a blockade in the position.
Yeah, it's fine.
All of a sudden you have all the correct squares under control.
Well, he's got, I've got all the dark squares.
Was the word I'm looking for.
I've got all the dark squares.
Right.
And with my pawns on g5 and f6, he can't even move his pawns there. So...
that's a pretty dramatic conception, though. He said he was shocked to see that just working so well.
Yeah, but later on I was starting to get a bit worried by knight h2. But I thought, okay, it wants me to go to h3. I thought bishop g2, queen a6, and again king d2 going to the dark squares. It looks like I should go that way, but rook f1 is mate. Okay, it was just a difficult game. I'm sure the computer is not very impressed, but well, then I think after bishop f2, I'm saving it.
That's amazing defense, based on that one conception.
And by the way, I got my revenge on Anish.
How so?
So he was teasing me about how everyone always asks me about my retirement. So I asked him, when is he going to win a game? Because that's what they tease him about. So I thought I should get that in. So.
Wow, some serious heavy trash talking going on here.
We're doing the ultimate blitz. No, what is it? The trash talking one. At the end.
We love it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Well, thank you so much for joining us again. Vishwanathan Anand, showing why he is indeed a true champion. Guys.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Vishy. Snap!
Ouch, that would hurt.
That was brutal. But after these results, take a look at our standing. Take us through it, Tanya.
Wesley So leads after a spectacular win against Ruslan Topalov. He is at 4.5, and Fabiano Caruana, another spectacular victory of the round against Hikaru Nakamura. Massive rivalry between the two, and Fabiano defeats Hikaru for the third time this year. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is on 3, Vishy Anand on 3. He drew his game against Anish Giri. Very exciting game that was as well, and Vladimir Kramnik still playing against Mickey Adams. And we've got Maurice Ashley with Fabiano Caruana.
With the world's #2 player still somehow mathematically in striking distance of becoming the #1 player in the world after this tournament, although he'd have to really pull Caruana to pull that off. We'll see if he can do it, but at least today, this was a great result for you. Congratulations. This preparation, we were breathless watching you guys play all those opening moves out, and it got to this position right here. This was the critical moment when you play the move knight f5, and he was in shock. You must have had this on your computer at home.
Yeah, I analyzed this, and the computer doesn't show knight f5. It's even possible without the inclusion of b4 and ab4. And the problem the computer is that the computer doesn't understand after bishop f5, that black is pretty much just lost. I mean, it's one of the saddest positions I've ever seen for black. Despite, I noticed that everyone's been sacking their queen against Hikaru.
Yeah, he won 2 games being a queen up against the pieces.
Yeah, this time the queen is pretty much useless. And like rook b8, I can start with c4, c5, where I can play rook d3 and just start attacking him. It's just complete domination with my knight and bishop.
When did you realize, did you see knight f5, when you first saw it happening, knight f5, and you said, and the computer plays bishop f5, and you're like, this computer is an idiot. When did that occur to you?
Well, Rustam played knight f5 over the board, and
your trainer played against you in the training game.
Yeah, and I pretty much stopped my analysis after knight f5.
Really?
That's all you need to see. I mean, we barely even analyze this position. It's just so bad, and I figured that I could find what I need to find over the board. I mean, the position is a nightmare to play for black, and probably objectively close to lost.
Yeah, the engines do agree. Incredible. And so what do you think made him miss it in this moment? Because he obviously was fully prepared to go to this position and was expecting knight c6. And suddenly when you did play knight f5, he froze in his tracks. I mean, you must have been thinking, whoa, what do you mean you didn't look at this?
It is possible to overlook if you're not going very deep into the position and you're more or less making the computer's first line. And I think if he had played this, let's say in a game from the white side, he would over the board play knight f5 very quickly. But I think that's just over-reliance on the computer in opening preparation.
Wow, that's a serious statement right there. Now, in this position, so he makes the move rook to b8, so bishop f5, it turns out you assess as dead lost anyway. But in this position, the engines give knight takes d6 as completely winning based on...
I didn't see what's it after king f8.
The line after king f8 was this very sweet move, bishop to f5, which a lot of people were very excited about. People were going gaga in the VIP room for this collinear move, as Dr. John Nunn calls it, and suddenly the whole attack is coming together.
Yeah, if I had seen bishop f5, I would have played it. And yeah, it is a very nice move. And after bishop f5, knight f5, bishop c5, rook d6 is coming in.
Everything is crushing. So this is the move you missed, and you went for this other line. Jumping down here, though, what is queen g5 check?
The problem is after h5 that I want to play bishop h4, winning his queen. He obviously doesn't want to put the queen on h8. That would not be a good square to go to. So
you're describing this variation that after h5...
Yeah, after h5 I was looking at rook b4.
You want to rook b4?
Yeah, okay. I mean, taking a pawn is very natural. Bishop h4. And now one very important line is if queen h4, knight h4, bishop g4, rook g1, rook e4. It looks like black has a couple pawns, but after knight f5 he loses the bishop. If king h7, rook h6, rook a6, I just start cleaning up all his pawns.
And this pin remains. Crushing line. So then he intentionally played this move queen g5 then to go into this variation.
He did.
But after bishop e3, you now had the second chance. You took a while here as well.
Yeah, I mean, my first intention was knight f7, but after queen f7, I thought that's the best move. Rook e6 and rook b d8.
Rook b d8.
Yeah, the thing is that after like rook h6, king g7, if I play rook g1, which obviously I want to, it runs into queen f1, which is mate.
That would be slightly embarrassing to have to play this position.
Well, it's not mate, but after bishop d1, he picks up the rook on h6.
Right.
Although, yeah, I thought that's maybe he should play rook f1 first because Okay. Maybe the two bishops are. But in any case, something I don't want to go for.
That's not something you're going for. Okay, so.
But the computer is just saying that knight f7, queen f7, rook e6, rook bd8.
Sorry, here knight f7, queen f7, rook e6.
That I just take on d8 and play bishop f5. And
again, this move, bishop f5, just showing up as a boss move every time.
Yeah, I didn't want to trade a pair of rooks. I thought I wouldn't have enough attacking potential, but it's.
But
probably,
the king just keeps.
Yeah, the two bishops are just so strong.
Two bishops, a pawn.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm not even sure you're down material anymore, are you?
Well, yeah, 3 pawns and 2 bishops is pretty much.
It's a lot of stuff to have. So then you had the chance to find it a second time, and now this position.
Yeah,
was
he should have played one of the rooks to e8. I think it was his first intention. I saw him reaching for rook b e8.
Like this?
Yeah, rook f8. I wanted to play b3.
Are you just going to play quietly like this?
Yeah, I wanted to put my king on b2. Rook b4. I thought is like he has no other moves, and then rook a6, and I thought I have a huge advantage.
Just squeeze.
Yeah.
The Indians don't like this particular variation. It's not very impressive by this line, although here they're giving rook g1 is just a dominating attack.
Rook g1, I just didn't. I thought he'll take on b4, and I didn't see because bishop g5, queen g7 surprisingly doesn't seem to lead anywhere. But yeah, okay, rook a6.
Now it wants to take in same line except with all the activity. Now this king can't get out.
Yeah, I didn't really see much this game, but somehow it was enough because queen e7 was just a blunder, I think. Although, I mean, it wasn't a blunder. He calculated, I think, this line after knight takes f7, rook f7, rook e6, queen b4, rook h6, king g8, rook g1, rook g7. I mean, I also saw this line, and I thought rook g7, bishop e6, king f8. Yeah, the point is, if rook h8, king e7, rook g7, king d6, he has mate on e1, and it's enough to hold the draw. But
so this froze you. That's why you played the move b5.
Yeah, that's why I played b5. I thought b5 was a very smart move.
But it turns out you're still winning even in that line.
Yeah, it's probably. I'm just curious. It must just be made after rook g7, bishop e6, king f8.
Which
on
line?
move 33.
The line we were just looking at.
King f8.
Right here.
Yeah, bishop c5 I saw. I mean, king f8, bishop c5.
King f8.
So queen c5, rook h8, king e7.
So you saw this much,
yeah,
but you felt
rook g7, king d6,
and you stopped here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But you can just take.
No, here's I thought rook b8. I thought there was queen g1 check with perpetual.
But there's a
there's a rook on g7.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's
lots to calculate. Right. So you would have gone for this line if you had seen this far.
Well, I don't know. I like b5 too.
You like your own move. Okay, so b5 ended up closing this line and because creating everything with no counterplay.
If he allows a pawn on b6, then I think he's losing positionally no matter what. And queen e8, the queen is on b5 rather than b4, and this makes all the difference because now
there's no mate or any tricks in the position. Fantastic game, to be sure. Very rich. You expected a Najdorf, it seems.
No, I didn't.
No.
During the U.S. Championship, he said that it was a must-win game in round 3. So maybe he also felt this was a must-win game to try to stay in contention for the Grand Chess Tour first place. So he seems to go for the Najdorf when he wants to play for a win. So I thought it was possible, and I decided to play bishop g5 because I had done some work previously before the tournament, and it's a bit of a surprise. I don't normally make the move. It worked out far better than I could have ever hoped for. But I still wasn't sure if he would try to get a sharp game with the Najdorf or some other Sicilian or play his normal Berlin.
Well, you're the only one now, and it seems in clear second, considering the results of the day. You're chasing your compatriot Wesley So. What do you feel about this all-American battle right at the top of London?
Yeah, it's still pretty close. I mean, I guess Kramnik most likely won't win this, so he'll stay on +1. Although, who knows, is he up a piece?
We can go to the game.
Oh, no, that's just a draw, yeah.
We can go to the game right here.
Yeah, queen f3, queen g2 is going to be the...
And that looks like a draw.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? You do have to play Wesley at some point with the white pieces, I believe.
Yeah, I think I play him in the 8th round.
So that's going to be a big game.
Yeah, it'll be a big game. I mean, he's playing very well here. He's collecting a lot of points, but it's still not over.
Definitely not over. Well, we are excited by your play, and you're still within striking range of becoming #1 in the world. So we look forward to seeing your efforts to conquer that milestone.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana showing why many call him the true contender to Magnus Carlsen. We'll see if he can keep up his incredible play here in London.
Thank you, Fabi, and thank you, Maurice. The draw has just been agreed in the game between Vladimir Kramnik and Mickey Adams. All the results are known. What a game, what a round we've had. And first, let's just take a look at the results now that we know them all and what it means for our standings.
Right, well, we're going to get that up soon for you, but what a thrilling queen sacrifice by Fabiano Caruana on a spectacular
the game of the tournament
victory.
so far, in my view.
Yes.
We actually didn't have a chance to see how Levon Aronian self-destructed basically in his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which that game, by the way, as Maurice only was able to mention briefly, Aronian has resigned. In the game here after Rook D1, I was considering this position to be lost because after the centralization of the Queen to E5, I didn't see any counterplay. However, after Queen E5, Queen G6, B4, I could not comprehend the move B6. Apparently, Maxime couldn't either because he just took the pawn, and on C5, he took the other one. And on Queen C6 check, he said F3, and my king is completely safe. And after Rook D3, attacking the pawn, check, King H8, Queen F4, Aronian simply resigned. If you take on C3, Queen E4 check, trades off everything, and there's 1 bazillion pass pawns on the queen side, connected all of them, supported by a strong bishop. So there's nothing you can do in this position. And Aronian simply resigned after the move Queen F4, and a very strange way to finish the game, which we thought was excellent preparation from the opening by the Armenian player. He completely overpushed, and the winner of this game, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is live from London with Maurice Ashley.
Well, moving to 50% after having so far a bit of a subpar performance for him is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Must feel pretty good winning this game. But were you surprised to actually win it in the end, given how the opening went down?
Yeah, the opening didn't go great, and at some point I was, playing for 2 results, but not the good 2, because. But then Levon missed something, after which I was suddenly back in the game. Still, it should have been a draw, but somehow Levon still thought he had chances, overpressed, missed this move G4 on move 34, after which suddenly things are going not his way, and with the situation changing, he couldn't adapt.
He certainly didn't. I mean, he collapsed really quickly. G4, Rook D1, and suddenly he gave you this monster queen on E5. You must have just been rubbing your hands together when you saw that.
I mean, Rook D1 was really strange, but I mean, things are already looking a bit dangerous for him. So, he tried to solve the new problems he was facing, and just couldn't.
Alejandro mentioned the collapse right here, Queen G6, B4. And he played this move, B6, and you pointed out that when you saw it, you decided you were just going to take it because he thought maybe he had this move, Queen D3, but you had a refutation.
Well, I mean, there's more than one refutation, but the cleanest is, of course, to exchange queens with Queen E6, and after King H8, go Queen C8, King H7, Queen F5, after which...
Trading queens, and it's just massive pawns.
Yeah, I actually thought he could go C5 right away. And, I mean, I can take with the pawn, Queen C6, Queen D5, but things are maybe not so clear there. I just wanted to take with the bishop and go the same way, but, of course, with the B7 pawn, there might still be a struggle.
Well, you're back at 50%, finally. What are your feelings about the rest of the tournament?
Well, in general, I need to play better than what I showed. Even today, I didn't really show great chess. I missed a lot of things during that game, so that was suboptimal. I mean, the result is good, but the manner is dubious at best. So, yeah, I just need to somehow find a way to focus for the next 3 games. And I'm having 2 blacks against also 2 players who are in good shape or in very good shape. So I'll have to up my game somehow.
Well, we look forward to seeing you try to up that game. It's better to win playing not so great than to lose playing well. So at least you got the point in hand.
Of course.
Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave back at 50%, still in there at least to get some of the top prizes. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice and MVL. Tanya. What a round.
What an absolute incredible day of chess we've had. Let's take a look at the current standings after round 6. Wesley So leads at 4.5. Fabiano Caruana, after an incredible win against Hikaru Nakamura, right behind him on sole second, is at 4 points. Vladimir Kramnik, also the only player at 3.5, is on the third spot. Hikaru Nakamura suffered a loss, is at 3. MVL finally won a great game against Aronian, is at 3. Vishy Anand, who drew with Giri. And quite an interesting game we had there. A lot of good moments, a lot of trash talk. What's not to love? Levon Aronian suffered a tough loss today at 3. Anish Giri. Mickey Adams at 2.5. And well, Veselin Topalov, I don't even know what to say. He's lost 5 out of 6 games here at the London Chess Classic.
I missed it. Who's on 1, 2, 3? Sorry, I think production can tell us the predictions that we had before.
Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Vladimir Kramnik. Well, Alejandro,
is it Wesley, Fabiano, and Vladimir? Wow.
Enjoy your moment in the sun, because I tell you, we got 3 rounds to be remaining, and it's not going to finish in that order.
Oh, well, with Levon Aronian's loss today, I am not feeling very happy about my prediction. Well, let's go to Maurice. What do you think about your predictions?
Well, I got 2 out of 3 sitting there, but I don't like the fact that Hikaru did how he did today. But, you know, he can still come storming back. He's done it already in this tournament. It seems like he just has a little problem with his compatriots. Maybe he likes them too much. But the rest of the field, I can guarantee you, he doesn't like it all. So he'll make a comeback at some point. But the way Fabi's playing, hard to imagine he doesn't end up in second place.
Thank you, Maurice. And Alejandro, your final thoughts for this what a round, what a round.
What more can we ask from chess? Unbelievable attacks, great sacrifices, absolutely amazing preparation by Fabiano Caruana, giving up a queen for 2 pieces and saying the queen is useless, it's hopeless no matter what your material advantage is. Veselin Topalov still not finding his footing. He was blown off the board by Wesley, so he continues in an amazing performance, not just this year, not just in the Grand Chess Tour, but personally, breaking the 2800. He's had a fantastic series of results. Great chess we saw today. It shook up the standings for sure, and I look forward to the final 3 games in which Wesley So just needs to keep his lead, and just by a small margin against Hikaru Nakamura, to be victorious in the Grand Chess Tour 2016.
And we go to Maurice for final comments from London. Maurice.
Well, I got to say, it looks like the Grand Chess Tour title is pretty much sewn up. It's hard to imagine what it would take for Wesley So to lose this. Even if he were to lose a game, I don't see him finishing below 3rd place. That's seems like a given. It's now all about whether or not he can actually consolidate this lead and win the tournament. But he's being chased by one Fabiano Caruana, and they will have to play. So that's going to be a critical matchup. But today, it was just so much excitement. We saw sacrifices in every single game. More wins in this round. I actually tied for one of the rounds in the tournament. I believe it was, actually rounds 1 and 2 had 3 wins each. So we're seeing wins. We've seen wins in every single round, guys. There's not been a single round where there have been 5 draws. Imagine that at one of these elite tournaments, that happening. Simply incredible. This has been an amazing event, and I'm sure it will continue into round 7 and beyond, and we'll be bringing you all that excitement here from London.
Absolutely,
Thank you,
we
Maurice.
will. And 3 big decisive results. We're entering the final stages of the London Chess Classic, and here are the matchups for tomorrow. Levon Aronian, with a tough day today, will face Vishy Anand. Anish Giri will be up against, well, Veselin Topalov. Definitely a point Anish will be looking to take home, but will he? We'll find out. Wesley So, our tournament leader, up against the super solid Vladimir Kramnik. Mickey Adams will play Fabiano Caruana, and I remember Fabiano Caruana is at sole 2nd place. So a big round for Fabiano tomorrow, and Hikaru Nakamura, who suffered a loss today against Fabiano, will be up against MVL.
Wow, big matchup, that Wesley So Vladimir Kramnik game. Vladimir trailing Wesley by a point. Can he put together a victory and draw back Wesley So?
Well, we're going to find out what happens there tomorrow.
You'll have to tune in.
Yes, you'll have to tune in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye for now.